crash of flight AI-171. They said it was a mechanical failure. Some blamed the pilots. Others whispered about Boeing's aging machines. But the black box recorded something no one could explain. A voice. Repeating names. My name. I should have never been on that flight. But I wasn't just a passenger. I was chosen. The flight was supposed to be a routine journey, a mere stepping stone to a conference on sleep science in London. My work focused on lucid dreaming and its connection to trauma therapy, a topic that in hindsight feels eerily prophetic. As a sleep scientist, I had dedicated years to understanding the subconscious mind, never imagining that my own would become the battleground for unspeakable horrors. The morning of the flight, I stood at the gate, clutching my boarding pass and gazing out at the Boeing 747. The airport buzzed with the usual chaos. Announcements echoing, suitcases rolling, and the occasional cry of a restless child. It was 11:30 a.m., and the sun streamed through the windows, casting a golden hue over the scene. I took a deep breath, the cool airport air filling my lungs, and boarded the flight, unaware of the nightmare that awaited. As I settled into my seat, the cabin seemed colder than usual, a chill that wasn't just from the air conditioning. The woman beside me, wrapped in a wool shawl, shivered, her breath visible in the frigid air. I offered her my jacket, a small act of kindness in the cramped space. She muttered something in Gujarati, her voice low and urgent, but I couldn't make out the words. Her eyes, downcast, avoiding mine, left me with a lingering sense of unease. The engines roared to life, and the plane taxied down the runway, lifting smoothly into the sky. The initial ascent was uneventful, the usual turbulence barely noticeable. I closed my eyes, intending to rest, but the stillness was shattered by a voice, a low, urgent whisper in my mind. Do not fall asleep. My heart raced, my breath hitched, and I opened my eyes to the dim cabin lights flickering ominously. The pilot's voice came over the intercom, strained and crackled with static. Mayday, Mayday, this is flight AI-171. We're experiencing... The words cut off abruptly, replaced by the alarming screech of metal. The plane lurched violently, throwing me against the seatbelt. Dread settled heavy in my chest, a primal knowing that something was terribly wrong. Before I could process the chaos, the world went black. When I came to, I was met with an eerie silence, the kind that presses against the eardrums. The wreckage surrounded me, twisted metal, shattered windows, and the acrid smell of burnt plastic. Oxygen masks hung limp, and the in-flight screen ticked away, its safety video looping relentlessly. In the aisle stood the woman, her shawl gone, her eye sockets empty and dripping black. She pointed at me, her voice a hollow whisper. You were never meant to leave. I stumbled through the debris, my hands trembling, and found a charred manifest from the 1970s. My name neatly printed on the yellowed paper. The black box, cracked and sang, played a voice, repeating names, including mine. In that moment, the horror was palpable, a creeping realization that I was not just a passenger, but chosen for something sinister. The events that followed would unravel into a nightmare of supernatural terror, psychological decay, and the blurring of reality. But in that instant, as the manifest glowed in the dim light, I knew I was trapped in a fate beyond comprehension. A fate tied to the crash of Flight I-171. It was supposed to be a simple trip. I had boarded Flight AI-171 from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick for a conference on sleep science. I study lucid dreaming and its connection to trauma therapy. Funny, I know, considering what happened. We took off at 11:30 a.m. The cabin was unusually cold. I remember it because the woman beside me was shivering, despite the wool shawl wrapped tightly around her. I gave her my jacket. She didn't look at me, only muttered something in Gujarati that I couldn't understand. Minutes later, the turbulence started. Nothing dramatic at first. A shudder, A brief dip. I closed my eyes. Then came the whisper. A voice, not through the intercom, inside my head. Do not fall asleep. That's when the lights flickered. Something was wrong. The pilot issued it a mayday. But even before the nosedive, I knew we wouldn't survive. The air was thick with dread. Not fear. Dread. Like the body knew what the mind refused to accept. I blacked out just as the emergency oxygen masks dropped. I should be dead. But I woke up alone. In the wreckage. Not a soul in sight. No flames. No screaming. Just the hollow groan of twisted metal and the ticking of a nearby in-flight entertainment screen that was still playing a safety video on loop. And the woman in the shawl. She was standing in the aisle. Only now she had no eyes. Just sockets that dripped black. And she pointed at me. You were never meant to leave. I don't remember opening my eyes. It felt as though they were pulled open by some unseen force, refusing to let me linger in the comfort of unconsciousness. The first thing I noticed was the smell, a nauseating mix of burnt metal, jet fuel, and something faintly metallic, like blood. My head throbbed, a deep, pulsing ache that seemed to radiate from the base of my skull. I tried to move, but a sharp pain shot through my chest, forcing me to freeze. My ribs felt bruised, maybe broken. I couldn't tell. I couldn't breathe. But then somehow I did breathe. The air was thick, acrid, and it stung my lungs. I coughed, wincing as the movement sent another wave of pain through my body. My vision was blurry, but as I blinked, the world around me began to take shape. I was lying on the floor of the plane cabin, my face pressed against the cold, warped metal. The carpet was burned away in patches, revealing the bare floor beneath. I pushed myself up, my hands trembling as I steadied myself against the nearest seat. The cabin was in ruins. Seats were torn from their mounts, their cushions shredded and burning. The overhead compartments were mangled, their doors hanging open like the mouths of screaming animals. The windows were cracked, some shattered completely, letting in a faint gray light. But there was no smoke, no fire, just the charred remains of what once was. And the silence. God, the silence was unbearable. No alarms blaring, no screams, no groans. Just the occasional creak of twisted metal, the faint hum of electricity still sparking somewhere, and the soft, repetitive beep of a screen still functioning. I turned my head toward the sound. One of the in-flight entertainment screens was still on, its display cracked but intact. It played the safety video on loop, the cheerful animated figures fastening their seatbelts, inflating life jackets, and evacuating the plane with exaggerated calm. The contrast between the video and the carnage around me was surreal, almost laughable. But I couldn't laugh. My throat was dry, my mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. I stumbled to my feet, gripping the back of a nearby seat for support. The world spun around me, but I forced myself to focus. I needed to find help. I needed to find someone. But as I looked around, I realized I was alone. The seats were empty. Not just empty. There were no bodies. No bloodstains. No signs of struggle. Just the remnants of what had been a fully booked flight, now devoid of life. The seatbelts were still clasped around empty chairs, as though the passengers had simply vanished into thin air. And then I heard it. A low, static-filled voice, faint but unmistakable, coming from the intercom. It wasn't the pilot. It wasn't even human. It was a voice I couldn't place, speaking in a tone that sent shivers down my spine. Repeat. This is your captain speaking. We are experiencing turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts and... The voice cut off abruptly, replaced by a long stretch of silence. I waited, my breath held as the intercom crackled again. Name. It was a whisper now, soft and urgent, repeating a single word over and over. My name, Alec Adada Yuasadi. Alec Dodon. Alec Dada. Wow. I spun around, my heart racing. Hello? Is anyone there? This is Alec. I can hear you. Who is this? The intercom fell silent again. I waited, but there was no response. Instead, I heard something else, a faint rustling, like paper being shuffled. It came from somewhere up front near the cockpit. I hesitated, but something compelled me to move toward the sound. As I walked, the silence seemed to press in around me, making my skin crawl. The aisle was littered with debris, shattered glass, torn fabric, and bits of plastic. I stepped over a mangled oxygen mask, its tubing severed and flaccid. Every step I took echoed through the cabin, making me feel like an intruder in a place I wasn't meant to be. When I reached the front of the plane, I found the source of the rustling sound. A piece of paper lay on the floor, caught in the faint breeze coming through a broken window. I picked it up, smoothing it out in my hands. It was a flight manifest, yellowed with age and torn at the edges. My eyes widened as I scanned the list of names. Manifest for Air India flight AI-171 it read, departing Bombay November 12, 1978. 1978? I stumbled backward, my mind racing. This flight wasn't from 1978. It was supposed to be a modern Boeing 777, state-of-the-art, departing Ahmedabad for London. But here in my hands was a manifest from decades ago. And as I scanned the list of names, my breath caught in my throat. My name was on it. Alec Sharma, it read. Siat 17. But I hadn't been sitting in 17. I had been in 34B. I dropped the manifest, my hand shaking. This wasn't possible. This flight had crashed decades ago, but I had boarded it yesterday. I had spoken to the woman beside me, the one with the shawl. I had heard the voice in my head, the one that told me not to fall asleep. And then it came back to me. The voice, the turbulence, the nosedive, the blackness. I should be dead, but I wasn't. The intercom crackled again, louder this time. Alec, 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 Alec. I spun around, but there was no one there. The voice wasn't coming from the intercom anymore. It was coming from all around me, echoing off the walls of the cabin. It grew louder, more insistent, until it became a chant, a relentless drumbeat in my ears. Alec got it. Alec. 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 Minyansh. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The voice was inside my head now, pulsing with every heartbeat. I staggered forward, desperate to escape it, but there was nowhere to go. The plane was a tomb, and I was trapped inside it. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the voice stopped. The silence was even more terrifying than the chanting. I stood there, frozen, my ears ringing with the echo of my name. Something felt wrong, off balance, like the entire world had tipped sideways. And then I heard it. A faint whisper, soft and raspy, coming from somewhere behind me. Find the truth. I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no one there. But as I looked around the empty cabin, I realized something I hadn't noticed before. The emergency exit sign was still lit, glowing faintly in the dim light. It was a small thing, but it gave me hope. Maybe there was a way out. Maybe I wasn't alone. I took a step forward, then another, my legs trembling beneath me. The voice in my head was gone, but I knew it would come back. I had to move. I had to find answers. And I had to get out of this place before it was too late. But as I reached the exit, I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the wall, scrawled in what looked like charcoal, was a single word: stay. It wasn't there before. I was sure of it. And then the lights flickered. I called out again. my voice shaking. "Hello? Is anyone there?" But there was no answer. All I could do was whisper, "What's going on?" The lights flickered once more and then went out. The air was thick, heavy, like a physical weight pressing against my chest. My breaths came in short, panicked bursts, each one a struggle as if I were inhaling through a wet sponge. The oxygen masks dangled from the ceiling, their soft hiss a mocking contrast to the suffocating dread that clung to me like a second skin. I sat there, my back against the mangled seat, my hands gripping the armrests so tightly my knuckles were white. The cabin around me was a tomb, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of twisted metal. The screens on the backs of the seats were dark, their glass cracked and spiderweb. Some still flickered faintly, casting eerie, disjointed images that made no sense, fragments of faces, distorted voices that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. But it was the smell that really got to me. Burnt plastic, melted wiring, and something else. Something sweet and metallic. Blood, I realized. Not mine, though. Mine was just a trickle from a cut on my forehead. This was older, heavier, like it had seeped into the fabric of the plane itself. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. They felt like lead, unresponsive and foreign. My head spun, and for a moment, I thought I might pass out again. But I couldn't let myself. I had to move. I had to get out of there. That's when I heard it. A whisper. Faint, but unmistakable. It wasn't coming from the intercom or the vents. It was in my head. A single word repeated over and over like a mantra. Breathe, breathe, breathe. I didn't realize I'd stopped until the voice said it. I gasped, sucking in a deep lungful of the heavy, tainted air. And that's when it happened. The first memory came like a slap to the face. 1 second I was me, sitting in the wreckage of flight AI-171. The next, I was someone else. An old man, sitting in a different plane, decades older. The air smelled different, less plastic, more leather and tobacco. The seats were narrower, the windows smaller. A flight attendant in a vintage uniform walked down the aisle, her smile polite but strained. The old man's name was Rajesh. He was a retired school teacher, heading to visit his grandchildren in Bombay. His hands were shaking as he clutched the armrests. The plane hit turbulence, and he closed his eyes, praying. Not to a god, but to his late wife, asking her to keep him safe. He didn't want to die. He had plans, grandkids to spoil, lessons to teach, and then the plane dropped. The oxygen masks fell, but they didn't work. The air grew thin, and Rajesh's lungs burned. He tried to breathe, but there was nothing. No air, no oxygen, just a suffocating, crushing pressure in his chest. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. His vision blurred, and then went black. I gasped again, my lungs burning as if I'd just relived his suffocation. But I wasn't me anymore. Or at least, not just me. I was him. I was Rajesh, and I was dying. And then, just as quickly as it had started, it was over. I was back in the wreckage of my own plane, my hands shaking, my breath coming in ragged, panicked bursts. But the memories didn't stop. The next one hit me like a wave. A young woman this time. Her name was Aisha. She was 19, traveling alone for the first time to meet her fiancé in London. It was 1992, and the plane was different again. The seats were a deep blue, and the windows had those old-fashioned shades that you had to pull down manually. The air smelled like cigarette smoke and stale coffee. Aisha was terrified of flying. She didn't want to go, but her parents had insisted. She was clutching a small Quran in one hand, her fingers tracing the edges of the pages as if they might offer her some protection. The plane hit turbulence, and she screamed. She tried to breathe, but the air was thick and hot, and it felt like someone was sitting on her chest. She thought about her fiancé, about the life they were supposed to build together, about the wedding dress she had picked out just the week before. She didn't want to die. She was supposed to live. She was supposed to be happy. And then the plane dropped. The oxygen masks fell, but they were useless. The air grew thick, and Aisha's lungs burned. She tried to scream, but there was no sound. She tried to breathe, but there was nothing. Her vision blurred, and then went black. I gasped again, my chest heaving as if I'd just run a marathon. But I wasn't me. I was Aisha. I was Rajesh. I was everyone. The memories kept coming. A businessman in 1987, clutching his briefcase as the plane nosedived. A child in 1974, crying for her mother as the oxygen masks fell. A pilot in 1969, his voice calm as he issued a mayday, his hand steady on the controls even as he knew there was no saving them. Each memory was a breath. Each breath was a life. And with every one I felt myself slipping. My identity unraveled like a thread pulled from a sweater. I wasn't just remembering these people. I was becoming them. Their fear, their pain, their desperation, it all became mine. Their final moments were my final moments. And I couldn't stop it. I couldn't make it stop. I tried to hold my breath, to refuse to take in any more of these memories. But my body wouldn't let me. It needed air, and the only air available was thick with the weight of the dead. So I breathed, and I remembered, and I died, over and over and over again. Each time the memories grew stronger, more vivid, more real. I could smell the smoke, feel the heat, taste the metallic tang of blood and fear. I could hear the screams, the prayers, the desperate, final whispers of people who knew they were about to die. And with each breath, I felt myself disappearing. My name, my face, my life, they all faded away, replaced by the faces and names and lives of strangers. Strangers who had died on this same flight and this same plane over and over again. Because this wasn't just a crash. This was a cycle, a loop, a curse, and I was trapped in it. I was breathing their memories and they were breathing me. We were tangled together, linked by the thin, suffocating thread of oxygen. Or whatever this was. It wasn't oxygen. It couldn't be. Not anymore. I was breathing something else. Something heavier. Something darker. I was breathing the past. And it was killing me. The silence was oppressive, a heavy shroud that suffocated me as I stumbled through the charred remains of Flight I-171. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt plastic and metal, each breath a reminder of the tragedy that had unfolded. My heart pounded in my chest, a relentless drumbeat that echoed in my ears as I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" My voice was swallowed by the eerie stillness, leaving only the creaks and groans of twisted metal in its wake. As I moved through the debris-strewn aisle, my foot caught on a loose wire, sending a spark flashing in the dim light. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. But there was no response, no movement. I was alone, or so I thought. Then I heard it, a faint, childlike laughter, light and carefree, yet utterly out of place in this grim setting. It sent shivers down my spine, my skin crawling with unease. I strained to locate the sound, my eyes scanning the wreckage. "Who's there?" I ventured again, my voice trembling. The laughter grew louder, more distinct, drawing me deeper into the plane. I navigated through the debris, each step cautious, as if the plane itself might shift and trap me. The laughter seemed to emanate from the rear of the plane, leading me to a section that was surprisingly intact, as if shielded from the worst of the impact. There, nestled between two seats, was a doll. It was an old porcelain doll with a cracked face, its once bright dress now singed at the edges. But what struck me as odd was its pristine condition, despite the surrounding chaos. It looked untouched, as if it had been placed there deliberately. I reached for the doll hesitantly, half expecting it to vanish, or worse. As my fingers made contact, a chill ran through me. The doll felt cold, almost alive in my hands. And then, it spoke. Emmy Denef, it said in a voice that was both familiar and foreign, like a memory from a past life. I jerked back, almost dropping the doll. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice steadier now, though fear gripped my heart. The doll's head swiveled towards me, its dead eyes glinting in the dim light. "Ilordoses ue era wo," it intoned, each word clarity despite the reversal. My mind raced. Reversed speech. I'd heard of it in some of my studies, though I never thought I'd encounter it. "Say it again," I urged, pulling out my phone to record it. The doll repeated, "Yilord dances ui era wo." Playing it back in reverse, the words became, "How are you sorry, doll?" I named them. Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes. Someone had loved this doll, and now they were gone. But the doll wasn't done. It spoke again, "Nifo estina itnikarvar." Reversing it, I heard, "In the shadow is the demon." A shiver ran down my spine. The doll was warning me, but of what? I looked around, but the wreckage seemed to close in around me, the shadows deepening into menacing forms. Suddenly the laughter erupted again, louder, more insistent. The doll's gaze shifted past me, towards the cockpit. Without a word, it hopped from my hands and landed on the floor with a thud, beginning to roll towards the front of the plane. I followed, my curiosity and fear warring within me. The doll led me through the twisted debris, each turn revealing more destruction. The cockpit loomed ahead, its door partially ajar, a sliver of dim light spilling out. As I pushed the door open, a sight met me that made my blood run cold. The cockpit was in shambles, controls smashed, glass shattered, blood splattered across the instruments. But it was what lay on the co-pilot's seat that made my heart stop. Black feathers, glossy and sinister, arranged in a pattern that seemed deliberate. Beneath them, carved into the seat, were strange symbols like nothing I'd ever seen. The doll came to rest by the feathers, its blank face turned upwards as if in silent communication with something beyond the veil. I knelt, tracing the symbols, feeling an odd energy emanating from them. They were cold to the touch, like ice, and they seemed to pulse faintly. I knew then I had stumbled into something far beyond a simple plane crash. The voice in my head, the doll, the symbols, all pointed to a darker, more sinister force at play. The crash wasn't an accident. It was something ancient, something evil. As I sat there trying to make sense of it all, the laughter stopped. The silence was sudden, complete, and more terrifying than anything that had come before. I knew I wasn't alone. Whatever was on that plane was still with me, watching, waiting. And then the doll spoke once more, Amidana. This time I knew what it meant. Find me. But as I looked around, I realized I had no idea where to start. The plane, the crash, the symbols, all were pieces of a puzzle I was doomed to solve. And as the darkness closed in around me, I knew I was running out of time. The cold. It wasn't just the chill of the wreckage or the faint bite of smoke in the air. It was something deeper, a marrow-deep freeze that had nothing to do with the environment and everything to do with her. The woman in the shawl. I hadn't seen her since I'd woken up in this nightmarish landscape, but I knew she was there. I could feel it. The air seemed heavier when she was near, as though she was a shadow cast not by light, but by something else. Something that defied explanation. I was walking through the debris, my boots crunching against shattered glass and twisted metal. The silence was oppressive, a physical weight that pressed against my eardrums. Every step I took echoed too loudly, as though I was disturbing something that should have been left to rest. And then I heard it. A faint rustling. Fabric got off. The shawl. I stopped. My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I turned. She was standing there, just as she had been when I first woke up. The same posture. The same stillness. But now, in the dim light, I could see more. The shawl was frayed at the edges, and beneath it, her clothing seemed out of place. Too old-fashioned, too worn. Her face, though, was what held me. Or rather, what wasn't there. The sockets where her eyes should have been were black, like gaping holes in the earth. They seemed to suck in the light around her, leaving her face in an eerie, unnatural shadow. But it wasn't just the absence of her eyes that unsettled me. It was the way she was looking at me, as though she could see me, as though she could see through me. "You," she said. Her voice was low, almost a whisper, but it carried an authority that made my spine stiffen. It wasn't fear, exactly. It was something older, deeper, a primal respect for something ancient and unyielding. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But I couldn't move. My legs were rooted to the spot. All I could do was stand there, frozen, as she took a step closer. Her movements were deliberate. Each step was measured, as though she was crossing a great distance, not just the few feet between us. The rustle of her shawl filled the air, and with it came a faint scent. Something earthy. Something decayed. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out. My voice was barely above a whisper, but it felt like a roar in the silence. She didn't answer. Instead, she reached up and pulled the shawl tighter around her shoulders. The movement was slow, as though she was savoring it. Then she tilted her head. Not much. Just enough to make me feel like she was studying me. "You know who I am," she said finally. Her voice was the same. Low, steady, unyielding. "You've always known." I shook my head. It was a reflex, a lie. Because deep down I did know. Or at least I knew what she wasn't. She wasn't human. She wasn't alive. She was something else. Something that had been on that plane. Something that had been waiting. She took another step closer. I could feel the cold radiating from her now. A palpable force that made my skin crawl. "You think this was an accident," she said. Her voice was even, but it carried a weight that I couldn't ignore. "You think it was mechanical failure, or pilot error, or the plane's age." She paused. The silence that followed was worse than her words. "But you know better," she continued. "You've seen the signs, the whispers in your head, the names, the manifest." I swallowed hard. My throat was dry, my mouth gritty with the taste of smoke and sweat. I didn't want to hear this. I didn't want to know. But she kept going. "You think it's a coincidence that you just happened to be on this flight, that you just happened to survive?" Her tone was flat, but there was an undercurrent of something. Amusement? Anger? I couldn't tell, but it didn't matter. What mattered was what she was saying. "You weren't supposed to survive," she said. "None of you were, but you did, and now you have to pay the price." I shook my head again. "What are you talking about? I didn't do anything." She laughed. It was a low, guttural sound like the rumble of distant thunder. It didn't sound human. It sounded like something ancient. Something that had come from a place where laughter wasn't meant to be. "You didn't do anything," she repeated. Her voice was mocking now, a cruel echo of my own. "You didn't do anything. That's the problem." She took another step closer. I could see her more clearly now. The details. The way her skin seemed to sag as though it was too heavy for her bones. The way her shawl seemed to shift, as though it was moving of its own accord. "You think you're innocent," she said. You think you're just a passenger, just a victim. Her gaze, her absence of gaze, locked onto mine. You're not innocent. You're not a victim. You're complicit. I felt a surge of anger. I don't know what you're talking about. She stepped closer. Her face was inches from mine now. I could feel her breath. It was cold. Wet dirt, like something decaying. You know, she said. You just don't want to remember. And then suddenly I did remember. The sleep study. The project Dr. White. The ethics. The lies. It was a rush of images, sounds, sensations. I was standing in a lab surrounded by machines. There were people there. Patients. They were lying on beds, wired up to monitors. They were dreaming, and I was controlling it. I was part of a study, a secret study. We were exploring lucid dreaming, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. But we weren't just studying it. We were manipulating it. We were invading people's minds, altering their thoughts, their memories. I had told myself it was for the greater good, for therapy, for healing. But deep down I had known. It was wrong. It was invasive. It was unethical. And then there were the side effects. The nightmares. The paranoia. The hallucinations. Some of the participants had gone mad. Others had died. But we had covered it up. We had buried the evidence. And we had continued. And now, here I was, on this plane, in this crash. The woman's voice brought me back. You were chosen, she said. Chosen to pay for what you did. Oh, I wanted to scream. I wanted to deny it. But I couldn't. Because I knew what I had done. And I knew why I was here. The flight wasn't an accident. It wasn't mechanical failure. It wasn't pilot error. It was a reckoning. The crash. The voices. The manifest. It all made sense now. You were never meant to leave, she said again. You were never meant to survive. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone. I was left standing there, alone in the wreckage. The cold was still there, but it wasn't as oppressive now. Because I knew the truth. I wasn't just a passenger. I wasn't just a survivor. I was a part of this. A part of the crash. A part of the horror. And I would have to face it. As I walked down the aisle, the silence of the plane enveloped me like a shroud, each step echoing through the desolate cabin. The air was thick with the scent of burnt plastic, and something faintly metallic, a reminder of the tragedy that had unfolded. My reflection caught my eye in a shattered window, distorted and fragmented, much like my thoughts. Reaching seat 34B, a jolt ran through me. There, sitting as if waiting, was me. My doppelganger, I. The same worn jeans, the same faded sweater, even the same scar above the left eyebrow. But there was something unsettling about its presence, a stillness that didn't quite mimic light. Its chest rose and fell, yet there was no breath, no warmth, just a mechanical mimicry of existence. I sank into the seat across the aisle, my mind racing. How was this possible? The doppelganger's eyes, blank and unseeing, yet somehow aware. It turned its head, and I felt a chill as its gaze met mine. A mirror image so precise it was as if I stared into my own soul. You shouldn't be here, it said, voice a perfect echo of my own, yet devoid of emotion. Each word sent a shiver down my spine, a cold dread that clung to every syllable. Who are you? I whispered, my voice barely audible over the pounding in my ears. It didn't respond, instead tilting its head as if listening to a distant sound. You feel it, don't you? The pull, the itch, in the back of your mind. It's not your body anymore. It's a shell. A puppet with strings pulled by unseen hands. I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs. What are you talking about? The doppelganger's gaze intensified, piercing through me. Your body back in the real world, it's being used. You're a vessel, a doorway. They've been waiting for someone like you, someone whose mind is a bridge between worlds. Each word was a dagger, twisting in my gut. I thought of my research, the sleep studies, the patients whose minds I delved into. Could it be connected? The doppelganger's next words confirmed my fears. They found you through your work, your fascination with the mind. You've been a part of something bigger, something you can't imagine. I felt a wave of nausea as memories flooded my mind. Not my own, but those of others, patients, colleagues, strangers. Faces blurred together, their fears and nightmares intertwining with mine. The doppelganger reached out, its hand cold against mine. You're losing yourself piece by piece. Each breath you take here, each moment you stay, the more you fade there. I jerked my hand back, the touch lingering like a ghost. What do? The doppelganger leaned forward, its face inches from mine. You have to let go. This isn't your reality anymore. You need to find a way back before it's too late. As it spoke, the plane around us began to shift. Seats creaked, the air grew colder, and a faint hum filled the air. The doppelganger stood, its form flickering like a television with bad reception. Time's running out. They're pulling you back, but you have to be ready. Remember who you are. With those words, it reached out and pressed a finger to my forehead. A burst of images exploded in my mind. Memories, thoughts, fears, all swirling together. I staggered back, the world spinning around me. When my vision cleared, the doppelganger was gone. Seat 34B was empty, but the seat was warm, a lingering trace of its presence. I sat down, the reality of the situation sinking in. My identity was at risk, my sense of self slipping away with each passing moment. I knew then I had to act, to find a way back before I lost myself completely. The plane, with its eerie silence and broken remnants, was a threshold, and I was teetering on the edge. The fear of the unknown propelled me forward, a determination to reclaim my reality, myself. As I stood, the plane's intercom crackled to life, a voice echoing through the speakers. Welcome to Flight AI-171. We will be landing shortly. Landing? But where? And as what? The question hung in the air as the plane began its descent, leaving me with only one certainty. I had to survive, to hold on to who I was, no matter the cost. The black box lay partially buried under a tangled mess of wires and broken seats, its exterior scorched but intact. It was as if the crash had somehow spared it, leaving it waiting for me to find it. I hesitated, my fingers trembling as I reached for it. It felt unnervingly warm to the touch, despite the chill in the air. I turned it over in my hands, studying it. The label on the side read Cockpit Voice Recorder. It was a relic of the old days, when planes were less reliant on digital systems. I wonder if it still worked. I pressed the play button. There was a moment of silence, and then a low hum filled the air. I closed my eyes, expecting to hear the pilot's voice, the sound of the engines, the routine chatter of the cockpit. But what I heard was something else entirely. At first, it was just static. Then, faint whispers began to emerge. They were indistinct, overlapping, but they sounded like voices. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They were all speaking at once, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. The words were jumbled, fragmented, but the emotion behind them was clear. Fear, panic, despair. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I adjusted the volume, hoping to make sense of it. That was a mistake. The voices grew louder, more intense. I could pick out individual words now. Help. Oh God. Please. Someone was screaming. Another voice, deeper and more guttural, was shouting something in a language I didn't recognize. The static underneath it all pulsed like a heartbeat, growing more distorted with each passing second. And then, suddenly, it stopped. The silence was more unsettling than the noise. I held my breath, waiting for something, anything, to happen. Then a voice spoke. It was low, resonant, and it seemed to vibrate in my bones. It wasn't coming from the speaker. It was coming from all around me, echoing off the twisted metal walls of the wreckage. Septum, sex, quinque, it said. 7, 6. I whispered, translating involuntarily. Quatuor, tres, duo. The voice continued, its tone unchanging, devoid of emotion. I felt a strange compulsion to count along with it. 4, 3, 2, 1. My voice cracked as I reached the end. There was another moment of silence, and then the voice spoke again. This time, it wasn't counting. Trade your breath for truth. I froze. What did that mean? Trade your breath for truth. The words echoed in my mind. I looked down at the black box in my hands, half expecting it to speak again. It didn't. Instead, the static returned, and the whispers began again, louder and more frantic than before. I wanted to shut it off, to throw the black box across the wreckage and run. But I couldn't. I was transfixed. The voices were growing clearer, and I started to recognize some of them. There was the sound of a child crying, a woman screaming for her husband, a man praying in a language I didn't understand. And then, faintly, I heard my own voice. I pressed the stop button, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to hear any more. But the voice inside my head wasn't done with me. Trade your breath for truth, it repeated, this time in my own voice. I stared at the black box, my mind racing. What was happening? Was I losing my grip on reality? I had to know what was going on. I had to understand. I took a deep breath and pressed play again. The static roared back to life, and the voices began to layer over each other, growing more distorted and unintelligible by the second. I felt a strange sensation in my chest, as if my breath was being pulled out of me. The cold air stung my lungs, and I started to feel lightheaded. Trade your breath for truth, the voice said again, this time more urgently. Trade your breath for truth. I didn't know what it wanted, but I knew I had to do something. I had to make it stop. I had to know the truth. I took another breath, deeper this time, and held it. The static grew louder, the voices more intense, until it felt like my head was going to explode. And then, as suddenly as it had started, everything went silent. The black box was still in my hands, but it was cold now. I exhaled slowly, my breath visible in the frigid air. And then I saw it. Words were appearing on the screen of the black box. They weren't typed. They seemed to be burned into the display. One by one, they flickered to life. Septum, sex, quinque, quatuor, tres, duo, anius spas. And then, finally, finis. The screen went dark, and the voice spoke one last time. You should not have come here. I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and ran, the black box clattering to the floor behind me. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was far away from the wreckage, gasping for breath in the cold, crisp air. But the words stayed with me. Trade your breath for truth. And the voice in my head echoing over and over, you were never meant to leave. I knew then that I had to find a way to escape, to uncover the truth behind the crash and the mysterious voice. But as I looked back at the wrecked plane, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, and that whatever was watching me was waiting for me to make my next move. The voice had counted down to unus, and now it was over. But I knew that this was just the beginning. And as I walked away from the wreckage, I couldn't help but wonder what other secrets lay hidden in the black box's recordings. Secrets that I wasn't sure I was ready to face. But I knew I had to try. For myself, for the passengers who had lost their lives, and for the truth that the voice had promised me. I took another deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. "Wake up if you can," I whispered to myself. And then I kept moving forward, into the unknown. The silence after the black box fell still was oppressive, a heavy blanket that suffocated me. But then a sound pierced the stillness, a bell, its ring clear and resonant, yet hauntingly distant. It was a sound that seemed to echo through time itself, and I knew instinctively that I was the only one who could hear it. I followed the sound, my feet carrying me through the wreckage as if guided by an unseen force. The debris around me shifted, like a scene changing in a theater. The charred remains of the plane gave way to something else, a structure that was both familiar and foreign. I recognized it as BJ Medical College, its walls cracked and crumbling, yet standing as if defiant against time. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and something metallic, a mix of blood and rust. I stepped inside, my footsteps echoing through the empty corridors. The walls were peeling, revealing layers of old paint and plaster. In the distance I saw figures moving, their forms indistinct but undeniably human. As I approached, the figures came into focus. Men students, their white coats stained and torn, their faces pale and drawn. They moved with a purpose, their actions repetitive, as if trapped in a loop. I watched in horror as they ran down the corridor, their voices filled with panic. Then, in an instant, they were gone, only to reappear and repeat the same actions. I tried to step forward to reach out, but my legs felt heavy as if rooted to the spot. The students' desperation was palpable, their fear a living entity that wrapped around me. I realized that I was witnessing their final moments, a tragedy that had unfolded years ago. The bell rang again, louder, more insistent. I felt a pull, a compulsion to follow its sound. It led me deeper into the college, through rooms filled with old medical equipment and textbooks, their pages fluttering as if blown by an invisible wind. In a lecture hall, I found a group of students huddled together, their voices hushed and terrified. They spoke of a crash, of an Air India flight that had fallen from the sky, their words a chilling echo of my own nightmare. I recognized fragments of their conversation, names, details, the final moments before impact. They were reliving their deaths, trapped in a loop from which there was no escape. I tried to speak, to offer some comfort, but they didn't hear me. They were lost in their own horror, their eyes wide with fear as they clung to each other. The bell rang once more, and suddenly everything shifted. The students were running again, their screams echoing through the corridors. Time seemed to warp around me. The loops grew faster, the students' movements becoming a blur. I felt a sense of disorientation, as if I were losing my grip on reality. The past and present collided, and I was caught in the middle, unable to distinguish one from the other. The bell's ringing grew louder, more frantic, and then, abruptly, it stopped. The silence was deafening, a stark contrast to the chaos that had filled the air moments before. I stood there, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my mind reeling. When I turned to leave, I saw the students again, standing in the corridor. They looked at me, their eyes filled with a deep sadness. One of them stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper. "It never ends," she said. "We're trapped here, forever reliving that moment." I wanted to tell her I understood that I too was trapped. But before I could speak, they vanished, leaving me alone in the ruins. The bell remained silent, but I knew it wasn't over. The loop would continue, and I would be forced to witness it again and again. As I walked away, the weight of what I had seen settled over me. The crash of flight AI-171 was just one piece of a larger puzzle, a tragedy that had reverberated through time. I realized that I was part of something much bigger, something that transcended life and death. The bell started ringing again, its sound a mournful echo in my mind. I knew I had to keep moving, to find a way out of this endless cycle. But for now I was trapped, a spectator to horrors that I couldn't escape. The loop would continue, and I would be forced to endure it, a prisoner of time and memory. And so, I walked on, the sound of the bell fading into the distance, leaving me with only my thoughts and the haunting knowledge that I was not alone in this eternal nightmare. I woke to the hum of engines, the familiar pressure of altitude adjustments in my ears, and the faint scent of disinfectant and coffee, smells that belonged to a world that was still intact, still sane. But the moment I opened my eyes, I knew something was wrong. The cabin was pristine. The seats were untouched. The overhead compartments closed, the floor spotless. The in-flight entertainment screens glowed softly, showing a safety video on loop. But it was the silence that unnerved me. No groans of twisted metal, no flickering flames, no scattered debris. Just silence. I stumbled out of my seat, my legs trembling. The plane was whole again, as if the crash had never happened. But I knew it had happened. I remembered the scream of the engines, the plummeting descent, the blackness. And yet, here I was, alive, or not. The first thing I noticed was the cold, the same unnatural chill as before. It seeped into my bones, making my breath visible in the still air. I walked down the aisle, my footsteps echoing. The plane was empty, or so I thought. Then I saw them. Passengers sitting up, waiting. But their faces weren't there. Smooth, blank skin where their features should have been. They didn't move, didn't acknowledge me. They just sat, frozen in time. My heart pounded as I approached the cockpit. The door was open, and I stepped inside. The controls were still, the dials dark. On the floor near the captain's seat lay a piece of paper. I picked it up. It was a manifest, a list of names. But not just any names. This was handwritten. The ink faded, the paper yellowed with age. It was from the 1970s. I flipped through the pages, my breath catching when I saw my name at the top. Not just my name, my full name, my birth date, my seat number, everything. A voice behind me made me spin around. Welcome aboard. There was no one there. Welcome aboard, it repeated, the words echoing through the intercom. But the voice wasn't human. It was wrong, distorted, a patchwork of voices layered over each other, speaking in unison. I pressed the intercom button. Who is this? What's going on? No response. I stumbled back into the cabin. The passengers were still there, their blank faces turned toward me now. I felt their eyes, even though they didn't have any. Slowly, they began to stand, one by one, row by row. They moved in unison, their movements stiff, jerky. They started to walk toward me, their shoes making no sound against the floor. I ran. Down the aisle, past the galley, toward the rear of the plane. But every door I tried led only to more rows of seats, more passengers. No exits, no escape. And then I saw it. The manifest. It was everywhere. Taped to the windows, pinned to seat backs, scattered on the floor. Hundreds of copies, all listing the same name. Names I didn't recognize. Names that weren't mine. Except for the first one. Always the first one. Mine. I stopped in front of seat 17 sat. My seat. The one I had boarded the plane in what felt like a lifetime ago. It was empty now. Or was it? I stared at it, my mind racing. The passenger who had been there, the woman in the shawl, she was gone. But her shawl remained, draped over the back of the seat. I reached out to touch it, and as I did, the plane jolted. The lights dimmed. The oxygen masks dropped again. The voice came over the intercom, louder this time. Welcome aboard. The engines roared to life. The plane was moving, taking off. But how? We had already crashed. We were already dead. I grabbed the armrests of the nearest seat, my knuckles white. The plane hurtled down the runway, lifting into the air with a speed that pressed me into the floor. The passengers, those faceless, silent passengers, remained standing, swaying slightly as the plane banked hard to the left. They didn't hold on. They didn't fall. They just kept their blank faces forward. The altimeter climbed. 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet. And still the voice spoke. "Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard." I screamed, but no one heard me. The words were drowned out by the roar of the engines, the creak of the plane's frame under stress. The cabin pressure dropped, and my ears popped painfully. The air grew colder, the shadows deepening into something almost tangible. And then I saw it. The manifest, floating in front of me, glowing faintly. My name was at the top, but now it was followed by others. Hundreds of others. Names I had heard before. Names from the news. Names from the black box recordings of past crashes. The voice in my head whispered them, one by one, as the plane shook violently. "Do not fall asleep." I tried to stay awake. I swear I did. But the exhaustion was unbearable. My eyelids drooped. My breath slowed. And when I finally gave in, the manifest was the last thing I saw. It was still there when I woke up. On the floor. Crumpled. Blood-stained. I picked it up, smoothing it out. My name was still there, at the very top. But now, below it, in red ink, was a single sentence. "You were never meant to leave." I looked up. The plane was still intact. The passengers were still there. And so was I, trapped in this endless loop of death and rebirth. Chosen, as the voice had said. Chosen for what, I didn't know. But I knew this much. I wasn't just a passenger. I am a part of this now. A part of the crash. A part of the manifest. And then, as the engines roared again, and the voice spoke once more, I realized the horrifying truth. I wasn't just on Flight I-171. I was Flight AI-171, not a vessel, a puppet, a pawn in some twisted game of death and memory. The plane took off again and I screamed. But no one heard me. No one ever hears you when you're already dead. Wake up if you can. Real-life tragedy of Flight 571. You never feel truly alone until you're surrounded by the dead, and they start whispering back, "My name is Daniel Walker." I wasn't supposed to be on that flight. The crash of Flight 571, or what the news later called the miracle of the Andes, is all anyone wants to talk about. But they don't know the truth. Not the truth I lived through. We were all 45 on board. Young rugby players, a few professors, parents, and unlucky souls like me who were offered a last-minute seat. We took off from Montevideo, bound for Santiago. What should have been a 3-hour flight across South America turned into 72 days of waking nightmares. We hit the Andes in a storm. Clouds swallowed the plane. Then came the metal-tearing scream and the fall. I remember light, then dark, then snow. When I woke, silence had a sound. The white around me was blinding, but inside that stillness was something ancient, watching. The mountain didn't just kill our friends. It changed the rest of us. There were 33 survivors initially. We did what we had to do to survive. The world knows that part. What they don't know is what came after we ate. The dream started first, voices in the wind calling names that hadn't been spoken yet. Shapes beneath the snow that didn't belong to any man. Eyes blinking where eyes should be. Then came the mirrors. Each survivor began to see a version of themselves, whispering things they swore they never thought. Desires. Secrets. Warnings. Bite. The snow wasn't just snow. It remembered us. It knew our fears. and it began to reflect them. After the avalanche, we thought we were cursed. Turns out we were being chosen. The more we gave in to the mountain's hunger, the more it spoke to us. Some believed it was the spirit of the land, a guardian, or worse, a judge. Others thought we were hallucinating from hunger. But I saw it. I saw the man who wore my face, crawling in the snow, smiling with a mouth that stretched too far. He told me I had eaten more than flesh. He said I had eaten history, and that meant I was no longer fully alive. I am part of the mountain now. Only 16 of us made it out, but I don't think we ever left. Some nights I wake up in my warm bed in Denver and taste skin on my tongue. My reflection in the bathroom lags behind me by half a second. I hear their laughter in the wind, far away, just past the mirror. And I know the mountain is still calling. I wasn't supposed to be on that flight. None of us were, really. Life has a way of correcting its course when you least expect it, shoving you down a path you never intended to take. For me, that path was Flight 571, a routine hop from Montevideo to Santiago that became the most infamous crash in South American aviation history. They called it the miracle of the Andes, but miracles don't feel like miracles when you're living through them. They feel like the end of the world. The day started like any other. I had plans, work, a life waiting for me in Santiago. But then a phone call changed everything. An unexpected cancellation, a friend's plea to fill a last-minute seat. I said yes without thinking. It was the kind of decision that seems inconsequential at the time, but later feels like the universe's cruel sense of humor. Sure, I said. I'll take the flight. The airport was a blur. My mind was still on the work I'd left behind, the emails I hadn't sent, the meetings I'd rescheduled. The weather was foul, the kind of gray that clung to your skin like a bad omen. But we were flying out of it, the pilot assured us. The storm was behind us, not ahead. I believed him, of course. Why wouldn't I? Planes don't just fall out of the sky. The passengers were a mix of faces, some nervous, others bored. A group of young rugby players, loud and boisterous, claimed the back rows. Their laughter was infectious, but I kept to myself, earbuds in, staring out the window as the plane taxied down the runway. The engines roared to life, and we lifted into the sky, leaving the storm behind. Or so I thought. The first sign of trouble came an hour into the flight. The plane shuddered, a sharp jolt that made the drinks cart rattle. The rugby players laughed it off, but the older woman sitting next to me crossed herself. I didn't blame her. There was something unsettling about the air that day, a heaviness that felt more like water than sky. The pilot's voice came over the intercom, smooth and reassuring, telling us it was just turbulence. I wanted to believe him. I did. But then it happened again, worse this time. The plane dropped, a sickening plunge that sent my stomach into my throat. The laughter stopped. The woman grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. I looked out the window, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The clouds weren't the fluffy white kind you see in pictures. These were dark, swirling, alive. They twisted and writhed like living things, their edges sharp and jagged. The plane shuddered again, harder this time, and the oxygen masks dropped. Panic set in. Someone screamed. The rugby players were silent now, their faces pale. The woman next to me murmured prayers in Spanish, her voice shaking. I tried to focus on my breathing, but my chest felt like it was being squeezed. The intercom crackled again, the pilot's voice tight with strain. "We're experiencing..." The words cut off, replaced by static. The plane lurched violently to the side, throwing me against the window. The world outside was a blur of white and black, a maddening whirlwind of snow and cloud. And then, the silence. It was the most eerie, terrifying thing I've ever experienced. The engines died, and there was nothing. No roar, No hum, no sound at all. Just stillness. The kind of quiet that makes your ears ache. The woman's grip on my arm tightened, her eyes wide with terror. I wanted to tell her everything would be okay, but I couldn't lie. I didn't believe it myself. Time stretched, every second feeling like an eternity. The plane hung suspended in that endless white, and for a moment, I thought maybe it was over. Maybe we'd made it through. But then the nose dipped, a slow, inevitable descent. The impact came with a sound I can only describe as a scream. Metal tearing, glass shattering, the sickening crunch of something massive colliding with something unyielding. The world went white, then black, then white again. When I came to, I was lying on my side, my face pressed into something cold and wet. Snow. It crunched in my ears, a sharp, brittle sound. I tried to move, but pain shot through my body, a dull ache that radiated from my ribs. I coughed, tasting blood and ice. The world around me was silent, a deafening quiet broken only by the occasional creak of twisted metal. I sat up slowly, my head spinning. The plane was a wreck, a mangled mess of metal and debris. Suitcases were scattered everywhere, some torn open, their contents spilling into the snow. The woman who'd sat next to me was gone, her seat empty. I called out, but there was no answer. The silence swallowed my voice whole. I stumbled to my feet, dazed and disoriented. The snow was knee-deep, and it clung to my clothes like a wet shroud. The air was bitterly cold, the kind of chill that seeped into your bones and refused to let go. I could see shapes in the distance, dark forms half buried in the drifts. Some of them moved. Others didn't. I knew, even before I got closer, that not everyone had made it. The mountain had taken its toll, but I didn't know then that it was just getting started. The storm was far from over, and neither were we. The cold was the first thing I felt, a biting chill that seeped through my bones like a relentless fog. I lay there, disoriented, the world around me a blur of white and sound. My head pounded, each heartbeat a drum in my ears, and my lungs burned with each breath, as if the cold had clawed its way inside me. I tried to move, but a sharp pain shot through my chest, leaving me gasping. My ribs ached, and I could taste the metallic tang of blood in my mouth. As my vision cleared, I saw the endless expanse of snow, pristine and untouched except for the wreckage scattered around me. The plane was in pieces, twisted metal and debris stretched across the slope like the remains of some grotesque animal. I saw movement. Survivors? Or just the wind playing tricks? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. The world spun, and I had to grab onto a chunk of debris to steady myself. The cold seeped through my clothes, and I could feel the blood on my face freezing, pulling at my skin. My breath came in ragged gasps, and each inhale was like knives in my lungs. The sounds around me were a cacophony of chaos. Groans, cries for help, the creaking of twisted metal. I called out, my voice hoarse, but the only response was the wind. It howled around me, a mournful sound that seemed to carry something more. Whispers, faint and indistinct. My name, perhaps. I strained to listen, but it was gone, leaving only the oppressive silence. I stumbled forward, my boots crunching in the snow. The landscape was desolate, the peaks looming above us like sentinels. The air was thick with the smell of fuel and blood, a nauseating mix that churned my stomach. I spotted a figure, someone moving, crawling through the snow. I called out again, relief washing over me as they turned. It was Sarah, her face pale and streaked with blood, her eyes wide with fear. "Daniel," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Is that you?" She clung to me, and I could feel her shaking, her body racked with sobs. As we huddled together, more survivors began to stir. There was Jake, his leg twisted at an unnatural angle, and Maria, her face swollen and bruised. Each of us was a picture of shock and pain, our eyes reflecting the horror we'd endured. The reality of our situation hit me like a ton of bricks. We were stranded, alone, with no sign of rescue. The thought sent a wave of panic through me, but I pushed it down, knowing I had to stay calm. We needed to assess our injuries, find shelter, and start a fire. But as we worked, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. At first, it was just the wind, or so I told myself. But then I heard it, my name clear as day, carried on the breeze. I turned, but there was no one there. The others didn't seem to hear it, too caught up in their own struggles. I tried to brush it off, but the feeling of being watched grew, pressing down on me like a physical weight. As night began to fall, the cold intensified, and with it, the shadows seemed to twist and move around us. We huddled together, the fire a meager comfort against the encroaching darkness. The wind picked up, and with it the whispers, soft, urgent, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I felt a presence around us, ancient and unblinking, watching us with cold calculation. In the distance, beyond the flickering flames, I could have sworn I saw something move. A shadow, a figure, something that didn't belong. I blinked, and it was gone, but the sense of unease lingered. The mountain seemed alive, its snow-covered peaks reaching towards us like skeletal fingers. As the night wore on, the whispers grew clearer, more distinct. I heard names, not just mine, but others, those who hadn't survived. The sound sent chills down my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being herded, pushed towards some unknown fate. The mountain was waiting, and it was hungry. In that moment, I knew we were not alone. The presence closed in, its cold breath on the back of my neck, and I understood that the crash was only the beginning. The real horror was just setting in, and it was far from over. The days blurred together in a relentless cycle of cold and survival. Our small group huddled in the wreckage, each of us grappling with the weight of our new reality. I had always been the quiet type, content with observing rather than speaking, but now even that solace was shattered. The voice came when I least expected it, a whisper in the wind, a shadow in my mind. It started with small things. I would be sitting by the fire, listening to the others discuss our dwindling supplies, when I would hear it. A low, raspy voice that seemed to carry on the wind, yet it spoke directly to me. At first, I thought it was the howling of the storm, but then I made out words. "They don't trust you." My heart raced as I looked around, but no one else seemed to notice. They were too caught up in their own fears. The voice grew bolder. One evening, as we shared what little food we had, it spoke again. "You are not one of them." I flinched, spilling my meager ration. The others looked at me with concern, but I brushed it off. "Just tired," I muttered. They nodded, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. As time passed, the voice became more insistent. It would speak during our hushed conversations, its comments slicing through the tension like a knife. "He will be the first to go." I tried to ignore it, focusing on the tasks at hand, but its words lingered in my mind, poisoning my thoughts. One night, as the snow fell heavily, we were discussing whether to stay put or attempt a treacherous journey down the mountain. The voice interrupted, its tone cold and menacing. "You will never leave this place." I felt a chill run down my spine as the others argued, oblivious to the voice's ominous warning. I began to withdraw, fearing that if I spoke, the voice might say something aloud. The others noticed my distance and tried to include me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was losing my grip on reality. Was the voice real, or was it a product of my stressed mind? I couldn't tell anymore. The voice's influence seeped into my actions. During a heated debate about rationing food, it suggested, "Take more. You need it more than they do." I caught myself reaching for an extra portion before I realized what I was doing. The others eyed me warily, and I quickly retreated, ashamed. As the days turned into weeks, the voice became a constant companion, a relentless presence that shadowed my every thought. It spoke of the mountain's hunger, of ancient spirits that watched us. "You are a part of it now," it hissed one night. I lay awake, my mind racing with the implications. By the time the avalanche hit, I was on edge. The voice had been eerily silent, and I wondered if it had been a harbinger of the disaster. When the snow settled, we assessed our losses, and the voice returned, its tone triumphant. "The mountain claims its own." I knew then that the voice was not just in my head. It was something more, something tied to the sinister force that lingered over the Andes. But how could I convince the others? They were already strained, and my claims would only isolate me further. As the chapter closed, I couldn't help but wonder if I was truly alone in hearing the voice, or if it was just the mountain whispering its dreadful truth in my ear, pulling me deeper into its icy embrace. The air was heavy with the stench of decay and smoke, the remnants of burned metal lingering in our nostrils. The survivors huddled together, their faces gaunt and eyes sunken, reflecting the despair that gripped us all. The snow outside seemed to fall in rhythm with our ragged breaths, each flake a remorseless reminder of our isolation. We had been here for weeks, the days blending into each other in an endless blur of cold and hunger. The initial shock of the crash had given way to a grim reality. We were alone and we had to survive. But survival comes at a cost, and the price we were about to pay would haunt us forever. The debate had been ongoing, each of us grappling with the unthinkable. Some argued for it with a desperate logic, while others clung to morality as if it were a lifeline. I was among the latter, my mind recoiling at the idea, yet my body betraying me with growls of hunger. "Daniel, we have to," one of the survivors urged, his voice cracking. "We won't make it otherwise." I shook my head, looking away, but my gaze fell on the faces of the dead, their bodies preserved in the freezing cold. They were our friends, our companions, now silent and still. The thought of what we were considering was abhorrent, yet the pangs in my stomach were relentless. The decision was made in silence, a collective nod that spoke volumes. We set to the grim task with hesitation, our hands trembling as we worked. The act was devoid of ceremony, just necessity. But as I took the first bite, a wave of nausea hit me, followed by a numbness that spread through my chest. It wasn't just flesh I consumed, it was a part of myself. The realization hit me like a sledgehammer, leaving me breathless and hollow. I looked around, seeing the same horror mirrored in the eyes of the others. We were all crossing a line, one that could never be uncrossed. Then I heard it, a low, resonant voice that seemed to carry on the wind. It spoke a single sentence, echoing in my mind. "This is how the old gods wait." I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The others didn't seem to hear it, too caught up in their own personal hells. The voice was ancient, unearthly, and it sent a chill down my spine. It was then that I realized we had awakened something that had slumbered in the mountains for centuries. The voice spoke again, its tone gravelly and menacing. "You have fed it, and now it stirs." I looked around, but the others were oblivious, lost in their own struggles. The voice seemed to come from all around me, echoing off the snow-covered peaks. It was then that I understood. The mountain was alive, and it was watching us. As the days passed, the voice grew stronger, its presence more pronounced. It whispered in my ear when I slept, tempting me with dark thoughts and twisted desires. I tried to ignore it, but it was relentless, wearing me down with each passing day. I began to question my sanity, wondering if the isolation and hunger were playing tricks on my mind. But deep down, I knew the truth. The mountain had us in its grip, and it would not let go. The others started to change too. They became withdrawn, their eyes taking on a glazed, almost feral quality. They spoke of hearing voices, of seeing things that weren't there. The mountain was inside us now, its influence spreading like a cancer. I tried to fight it, to hold on to the person I once was. But with each passing day, I felt myself slipping further away. The voice grew louder, more insistent, until I could no longer distinguish its whispers from my own thought. And then one night, I gave in. I don't remember much of what happened after that. I know I did things I can never undo, things that haunt my dreams to this day. The voice guided me, tempting me with promises of power and survival. I was no longer in control. The mountain was. When the rescue finally came, I was one of the 16 who walked away. But I knew I wasn't the same. The mountain had left its mark on me, and I could feel its presence still, lurking just beneath the surface. They say I'm lucky to have survived, that I should be grateful for a second chance. But I know the truth. The mountain didn't let me go. It just let me leave, knowing that a part of me would always remain with it, bound by the horror of what I did and the evil that I await. I still hear the voice sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet. It reminds me of what I did, of what I became. And I know that as long as I live, the mountain will always be a part of me, waiting for the day when I'll return to it and will be whole again. This is my curse, my penance for the hunger that drove me to commit the unthinkable. And I know I'm not alone. There are others out there, others who heard the voice and gave in to its whispers. We are the walking dead, shells of the people we once were, forever bound to the mountain and its dark, ancient power. So the next time you're tempted to venture into the wilderness, to test your limits against the power of nature, remember my story. Remember the voice and the horror that it brought, and know that some places are better left untouched, for in the end, it's not the cold or the hunger that will kill you. It's the evil that lurks within. The storm came without warning, or maybe it had been warning us for days. I couldn't tell anymore. The weather in the Andes was a living thing, mercurial, cruel, and indifferent. One moment the sky was a pale gray, and the next it was a swirling black void spitting snow and ice like vengeance. We huddled together in the makeshift shelter, a fragile cave of twisted metal and snow, praying for it to pass, but the mountain had other plans. The first crack of thunder boomed through the valley, echoing off the walls of snow. I flinched, my heart racing. Beside me, Sarah tightened her grip on my arm. She had barely spoken since it happened, since we had done what we had to do. Her eyes were hollow, her face gaunt, but there was still something in her gaze, a flicker of life, of hope that I clung to. It's going to be okay, I lied, trying to sound calm. My voice trembled, betraying me. She didn't respond. She just kept staring at the wall of the shelter, her mind a million miles away. Or maybe it was closer. Maybe it was buried under the snow with the others. With them, the storm raged on, the wind howling like a chorus of the damned. The shelter creaked and groaned, threatening to collapse at any moment. I could feel the weight of the snow pressing down on us, suffocating us. Outside, the world was being erased, buried under drifts that rose higher and higher. I wondered if anyone would ever find us, or if we would simply become another forgotten tragedy in the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Andes. Then, the avalanche came. It started with a low rumble, like thunder, but deeper. The ground shook beneath us, and I grabbed Sarah, pulling her close. She didn't resist. She didn't react at all. The sound grew louder, a deafening roar that filled the air, and then the wall of snow hit us. The world went white. I remember the sound of screaming, my own maybe, or someone else. The force of the avalanche was unbearable, a crushing weight that pressed the air from my lungs. I was buried, trapped, suffocating under the snow. Panic set in, my mind racing as I clawed at the icy tomb above me. But there was no escape. There was only the cold, and the darkness, and the weight. And then, nothing. When I came to, I was disoriented. The world was muffled, distant. I could feel the cold seeping into my bones, and my head pounded with a sickening rhythm. I tried to move, but my body felt heavy, unresponsive. Slowly I managed to free an arm, then the other. I scraped at the snow above me, my fingers numb and raw. Finally, I broke through to the surface. The light was blinding, the sun reflecting off the pristine white expanse. But the beauty of it was a lie. The avalanche had torn through our camp like a scythe, leaving destruction in its wake. The shelter was gone, flattened under the weight of the snow. Equipment was scattered everywhere, some of it bent and broken beyond recognition. And then there were the bodies. Not all of them. Some were missing. I stumbled to my feet, my legs trembling beneath me. "Sarah," I called out, my voice hoarse. "Sarah, is that you? Please, please answer me." There was no response. I started to search, my heart in my throat. The snow was knee-deep, making every step a struggle. I called out again, louder this time, but the only reply was the echo of my own voice off the mountainside. Panic set in, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I scanned the horizon for any sign of movement. That's when I saw it, a trail of footprints leading off into the distance, disappearing into the storm. And then I heard the scream. It was faint, carried on the wind, but it was unmistakable. I recognized the voice. It was Ellis, one of the rugby players. He had been quiet, withdrawn ever since it happened. But now, he was screaming. "Ellis!" I shouted, taking off after him. My legs burned as I forced myself through the deep snow. The storm was intensifying, the wind cutting through me like a knife. I could barely see a few feet in front of me, but I kept moving, driven by a primal fear. I had to find him. I had to help him. The trail led me to a crevasse, a deep fissure in the ice. And then I saw him, Ellis, clinging to the edge, his fingers slipping as he screamed. I skidded to a stop. My heart was lurching. "Ellis, grab my hand!" He looked up, his eyes wide with terror. For a moment I thought he saw me, but then his gaze shifted, focusing on something behind me. His scream turned into a raw, guttural wail. "Ellis, no! Don't look! Look at me!" But it was too late. Whatever he saw, it was worse than the fall. His fingers slipped, and he disappeared into the darkness below. I leaned over the edge, peering into the void. There was nothing. No sound, no movement. He was gone. And then I saw it. A shadow, moving in the depths of the crevasse. It was indistinct, formless, but it was there, watching me. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet. I fell hard onto the snow. The wind knocked me out. The shadow didn't move. It didn't come for me. But I knew, deep down, that I had just been given a reprieve. For now. I scrambled to my feet and ran. The storm raged on, the snow falling thicker now, obscuring everything. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away. But the mountain was endless, and I was alone. Or was I? I heard footsteps behind me. Heavy, deliberate footsteps. I spun around, but there was nothing. The snow stretched out in every direction, untouched. Still, I knew I wasn't alone. I could feel it, a presence watching me, following me. I started to walk, then run, my breath coming in sharp, painful gasps. The cold was unbearable, biting at my face and hands. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. That's when I saw it. A dark shape in the distance. A cave, perhaps, or an overhang. I didn't care. I just needed shelter. As I approached, the shape resolved into a tunnel, partially buried under the snow. It was narrow, but it looked deep. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should go inside. But the storm was getting worse, and I had no choice. I stepped into the tunnel, my eyes adjusting slowly to the darkness. The air inside was cold, but still, a welcome relief from the howling wind. I moved deeper into the tunnel, my footsteps echoing off the walls. And then I saw them. Names written in the ice. Dozens of them. They stretched along the wall, some faint, others more pronounced. I recognized some of them. There, the pilot Roberto was there, and Liliana, one of the professors. And then I saw Ellis's name fresh and clear, as if it had just been written. I spun around, but there was no one there. The tunnel was empty. Still, I could feel that presence closer now, watching me. I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest, and then I saw him. A man standing just beyond the edge of the light. He was tall, gaunt, with eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. His face was familiar, but I couldn't place him. And then I realized it was me, or something that looked like me. He didn't move, didn't speak. He just stared at me, his gaze unblinking. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. And then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I didn't follow him. I couldn't. I turned and ran, stumbling back through the tunnel and into the storm. I didn't stop running until I found the others, huddled together in a makeshift shelter. They were alive, but there were fewer of us now. And they didn't believe me when I told them what I saw. "You're hallucinating," one of them said. "You've been out there too long." But I knew what I saw, and I knew what it meant. The mountain was alive, and it was choosing us one by one. The night before our escape attempt, the air clung to us like a shroud, each breath a reluctant surrender to the cold. The survivors huddled together, the fire a meager comfort against the mountain's relentless chill. Exhaustion etched deep lines on every face, yet the weight of what we had endured kept sleep at bay. The silence was oppressive, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of the fire and the distant howl of wind. It was as if the mountain itself was listening, waiting. We had planned to move at dawn, to attempt the descent that might lead us to salvation or another cruel trick of fate. But as I lay wrapped in the tattered sleeping bag, the weight of the task ahead pressed upon me. The mountain loomed, a silent sentinel, its peaks reaching towards a sky that seemed to swallow all hope. Sleep came fitfully, my mind a maze of fragmented thoughts and haunting memories. Then the visions began. I was standing on the mountain, the snow crunching beneath my boots, yet I felt no cold. Above me, figures walked in the sky, their forms translucent against the moonlit clouds. They moved with a purpose, their faces indistinct, yet familiar. As I watched, they began to whisper, their voices a chorus of secrets and sorrows. The words were indistinguishable, but the sorrow they carried was palpable, a heaviness that pressed upon my chest. Suddenly the sky shifted like ripples on water. The figures paused, their heads turning towards me. One stepped forward, its features coalescing into something that made my blood run cold. It was me, or rather a version of me, standing with an ease that belied the harshness of our surroundings. It reached out, not an invitation, but an accusation. "You remember," it said, the voice echoing in my mind. "You remember what you've eaten." I tried to step back, but my feet felt rooted. The figure began to descend, each step graceful, each movement unnatural. It spoke of flesh and history, of the mountain's hunger. I felt a presence closing in, a cold seeping into my bones that had nothing to do with the environment. Then I was elsewhere. A village nestled in the mountains, smoke curling from chimneys. People moved with a quiet purpose, their faces reflecting a deep connection to the land. But there was an undercurrent of fear, a knowledge that they were not the true masters here. The mountain watched, its presence a constant hum in the background. The vision shifted again, the village gone, replaced by the stark reality of our campsite. I was lying in the snow, the cold seeping into my lungs. I coughed, The sound was harsh and sat up, my heart racing. The others stirred, their faces etched with concern. "Daniel, you were screaming," one of them said, voice rough from sleep. I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs. The vision lingered, the memory of the village and the accusing figure sharp in my mind. "Just a nightmare," I lied, the weight of what I had seen pressing upon me. We moved out at dawn, the sun a pale disk in the sky. The climb was brutal, each step a battle against exhaustion and the unrelenting cold. The snow crunched beneath our feet, the sound echoing in the stillness. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the mountain's gaze upon us. As we climbed higher, the air grew thinner, each breath a struggle. The world narrowed to the next step, the next moment. Then I stumbled, my foot catching on a hidden rock. I fell hard, the wind knocked from my lungs. As I lay there, I felt the cold seeping into me, the weight of the mountain pressing down. In that moment, I knew I wasn't alone. The figure from my vision stood over me, its presence a cold, dark shadow. It reached out and I felt a hand grasp my shoulder, pulling me up. I stood, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and looked around. The others were ahead, their forms distant. I followed, the oppressive silence. The mountain seemed to be waiting, its patience wearing thin. I couldn't shake the thought that we were being herded, that the descent was not our choice, but the mountain's will. As night fell, we set up camp again, the fire a pitiful defense against the darkness. I lay in the sleeping bag, the memory of the vision haunting me. The figure's words echoed in my mind. "You remember what you've eaten?" Sleep came reluctantly, but when it did, it was deep and dreamless. Or so I thought. In the morning, I awoke to the sound of my own coughing. My lungs burned and I spat up blood, flecked with snow. The others stared, their faces pale. "Daniel, what's wrong?" someone asked, a voice tinged with fear. I shook my head, the memory of the vision flashing back. "I think the mountain is inside me," I said, the words barely above a whisper. They exchanged glances, fear and suspicion in their eyes. I knew what they were thinking. I was losing my mind, succumbing to the isolation and the horror. But I knew the truth. The mountain had marked me, claimed me as its own. As we continued our descent, the weight of that knowledge pressed upon me. I was no longer just Daniel Walker, survivor of Flight 571. I was a part of the mountain, a vessel for its ancient, sentient power. And I knew that no matter how far I ran, the mountain would always be with me, its voice whispering in the wind. The escape was just the beginning. The true horror was only just unfolding. The days blurred together as we trudged through the relentless snow, each step a battle against the mountain's grip. It was on one of these weary days that I stumbled upon the cockpit, half buried under a drift. The plane's front was crumpled, a metallic grave that seemed to whisper tales of the dead. I hesitated, but something pulled me closer, a morbid curiosity. As I approached, the air felt heavier, charged with an eerie stillness. The cockpit door creaked open, revealing a space cramped and cluttered with debris. Sunlight filtered through the snow, casting an ethereal glow on the blood-stained controls. My heart raced as I spotted a map, drawn in dried blood, spread across the floor. It depicted paths winding deeper into the mountains, marked with symbols I couldn't recognize. "Eyeless," I called out, my voice shaking. He appeared, his face gaunt, eyes sunken. "Look at this," I said, nodding towards the map. His expression changed from curiosity to determination as he knelt beside me. "We have to follow it," Ellis said, his voice firm. "It could lead us to shelter or a way out." I felt a chill running down my spine. This isn't right. It's drawn in blood. Someone or something wanted us to find this. Ellis glanced at me, his eyes hard. We don't have choices anymore. We have to try. Reluctantly, I agreed. The map became our guide, leading us through treacherous terrains where the snow crunched underfoot. The mountains seemed to shift around us, paths twisting into dead ends, only to reopen as if guided by an unseen force. Each step felt like a betrayal, as if we were pawns in a sinister game. The air grew colder, the wind whispering in a language I couldn't understand. I felt eyes upon us, the weight of unseen watchers. Eyeless walked ahead, his resolve unshaken, while I trailed, every sense on high alert. Suddenly, he vanished. One moment he was there, the next, gone. I called his name, but only echoes replied. Panic surged through me as I scrambled over the terrain, each step sinking into deep snow. The mountain was silent, as if holding its breath. I stumbled, falling hard onto the icy ground. As I caught my breath, I noticed something, a name carved into a tree in blood. Ellis's name. Below it, a single word, mine. My heart pounded as I realized I was alone. The mountain had taken him, swallowed him whole without a trace. I rose, my legs trembling, and looked around. The landscape seemed endless, a sea of white that stretched to the horizon. The whispers grew louder, urging me to follow, to see where the map led. But I knew. The map was a trap, a lure into the heart of madness. I turned, determined to find the others, to warn them. But as I walked, the snow seemed to shift, leading me into circles. The mountain was playing its game, and I was its pawn. Eventually, exhaustion claimed to me. I collapsed, the cold seeping into my bones. In the distance, I heard laughter, faint but unmistakable. The mountain's laughter. I closed my eyes, the echo of Ellis's name lingering in my mind. When I awoke, the sun was setting, casting long shadows. I knew I had to move, to find shelter before nightfall. But deep down, I knew I was being herded, pushed towards some unknown fate. The mountain wasn't done with me yet. And so, I followed the map deeper into the heart of the Andes, where the line between reality and nightmare blurred. The echoes of the past guided me, each step a testament to the horror that surrounded me. I was no longer alone, but I was more isolated than ever, trapped in a world where the mountain's whispers were my only companions. The warmth of the hospital bed enveloped me, a stark contrast to the icy grip of the Andes that had held me captive for so long. But the chill lingered deep in my bones where no heater could reach. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, the hum of fluorescent lights, a jarring switch from the howling wind I had grown accustomed to. A knock at the door broke the silence. A nurse entered with a gentle smile, carrying a tray of steaming food. "Mr. Walker, you must be starving. The doctors say you're doing remarkably well, considering everything." I nodded, though the sight of the food turned my stomach. Not from hunger, but from the memories it stirred. But I ate, each bite of a mechanical movement, an effort to reclaim normalcy I wasn't sure I'd ever feel again. Later that day, a flurry of activity outside my room signaled the arrival of reporters. Cameras flashed as they clamored for a story. I was the miracle survivor after all. But when I began to speak, to tell them of the voices, the mirrors, the mountain's relentless whispers, their expressions shifted from awe to pity. "You've been through a lot, Mr. Walker," one reporter said, her voice soft but laced with skepticism. "Maybe you should focus on your recovery." I clenched my fists under the blanket. "I'm telling you, it's still out there, watching, waiting." Their smiles were sympathetic, but their eyes told me they thought I was mad. Days passed, and I was released from the hospital. Back in my Denver apartment, I tried to piece together my life. But the mountain's presence lingered. I could feel its cold breath on the back of my neck, hear the faint whispers in the night. One evening, as I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, brushing my teeth, I noticed something odd. My reflection didn't move in sync with me. It lagged, just a half second behind. I spun around, but I was alone. When I turned back, the reflection was normal. Shrugging it off as fatigue, I went to bed. But the incident stayed with me, a nagging reminder of the supernatural forces I couldn't shake. The next morning, I received a call from an unknown number. A woman's voice, formal and detached. "Mr. Walker, this is the airline's office. We've been trying to reach you about the passenger manifest." My heart pounded. "What about it?" There was a pause. "Your name isn't on the list, Mr. Walker. There seems to be some confusion. Did you actually board flight 571? I felt the room spin. "What are you talking about? I was on that flight. I survived it." Another pause. "I'm sorry, Mr. Walker, but according to our records, you were never on that flight. There's no record of Daniel Walker booking a ticket." The line went dead. I stared at the phone, my mind racing. Then I checked the news. Only 15 survivors were found. The 16th. I was the 16th, but according to the reports, I never existed. I sat down, my legs trembling. The mountain had taken more than just my companions. It had taken my identity, my place in the world. I was a ghost, a shadow of a man who never was. That night, I awoke to the sound of whispers. The wind outside my window carried names, voices I recognized. They were calling for me, the mountain's chorus echoing through the miles. I rose, my reflection catching my eye. It smiled, a slow, menacing stretch of lips. I turned away, but the smile lingered in my mind. Then why is the mountain still whispering it? I wondered, standing in the dark, the weight of the Andes pressing down on me once more. The answer came not in words, but in the cold, familiar silence of the snow. The mountain was not done with me. I was part of it now, a piece of its eternal, haunting puzzle. And in that realization, I understood that I would never truly escape the ice between us. The ghost pilot. They said we were all dead before we hit the ground. But how did I hear the pilot whisper my name after the impact? I was the only one who survived Flight LZ-171, at least that's what they say. But I don't think I ever left that aircraft. Not fully. The flight departed Lisbon, bound for Warsaw with 121 people on board. I was flying home to bury my father. I never imagined I'd nearly be buried with him. Somewhere over Germany, the first alarm went off. A mechanical voice blaring about takeoff configurations, even though we were cruising at 34,000 feet. Then the cabin pressure dropped. Oxygen masks fell. I put mine on, but the man beside me just stared ahead, frozen, already turning pale. We were told to remain calm. The flight attendants looked confused. No announcements came from the cockpit. We circled for hours. Nobody answered ground control. Fighter jets were scrambled, but no one responded from the plane. The captain never spoke again, except for me, because after the plane crashed, yes, after, I heard him in my ear. Not over the intercom. Inside my head. "You're still on board, Lucas," he whispered. They found me in the wreckage, barely breathing. I had been unconscious, but I know the truth. I was conscious the whole time, and I saw what no one else saw. The steward entered the cockpit long after everyone else had passed out. His eyes were white, not rolled back, just empty. He was breathing someone else's breath, and something was sitting in the co-pilot's chair that was not wearing a uniform. I saw it raise a finger to the window when the fighter jet pulled alongside. They say it was a failure of pressurization. They say everyone died from lack of oxygen. But they didn't test for possession. They didn't test for malice. Now I hear whispers whenever I board a flight. I see shadowy shapes in the reflection of the tray tables. And I haven't slept in 17 nights. Because every time I close my eyes, I see the steward crawling backward down the aisle, mouthing words in reverse. I survived flight, LZ-171 died away, but something else survived with me. From the Journal of Lucas Mendez, sole survivor of flight LZ-171, October 15, 2019. Written from bed 14C, St. Mary's Hospital, Warsaw. They want me to write it all down. The doctors, the investigators, the grief counselors, who keep asking if I remember anything unusual about the flight. Unusual. As if the word could contain what I witnessed 37,000 feet above the earth. I remember everything. That's the problem. It started as the most ordinary flight of my life. TAP Air Portugal Flight LZ-171, scheduled departure 14:35 from Lisbon to Warsaw. I know. I was in seat 23A, window seat, left side of the aircraft. I specifically requested it because I needed to see the ground fall away. My father had always told me that takeoffs were like prayers. You watch the earth shrink until your problems become manageable from that height. He was wrong about that, as it turned out. I was flying home to bury him. Heart attack at 62, sudden as a door slamming shut. 3 days earlier, I'd been finishing my master's thesis on atmospheric physics at the University of Lisbon. 3 days later, I was clutching a boarding pass with trembling fingers, wondering how I'd explain to my mother why I hadn't visited in 8 months. The Airbus A320 was nearly full. 121 souls, the manifest would later read. I hate that phrase now. Souls bite, as if our bodies were just temporary vessels waiting to be evacuated. The passenger beside me in 23B was a businessman from Krakow, maybe 50 years old, wearing an expensive suit that smelled like cigarettes and aftershave. He kept checking his Rolex and muttering in Polish. Something about a meeting he couldn't miss. I wondered if he made it to that meeting. I wonder a lot of things now. The first hour was textbook. We climbed smoothly through scattered clouds over the Portuguese coast, the autumn sun casting long shadows across the landscape below. The flight attendants moved through the cabin with their practiced efficiency. A tall woman with short black hair and kind eyes, a younger man with perfectly styled blonde hair who smiled at everyone like he genuinely meant it. They served drinks and peanuts. People read books, worked on laptops, dozed against the windows. Normal. Taught beautifully, boringly normal. We were somewhere over southern Germany when it happened. 15:47 local time, according to my watch. I remember because I was calculating how much longer until we begin our descent into Warsaw. I was thinking about my father's funeral, about the words I'd have to say, about how I'd never told him I was proud of him. That's when the voice came. Configuration warning, takeoff configuration, configuration warning, dot. The mechanical announcement cut through the cabin like a blade. Every conversation stopped. Every passenger looked up from their magazines and phones. The businessman beside me gripped his armrest, knuckles white. But we weren't taking off. We were cruising at 34,000 feet, had been for over an hour. The warning made no sense. Configuration warning. Takeoff configuration. Again. Louder this time, or maybe it just seemed that way because the cabin had gone completely silent. Even the engine noise seemed muted, as if the air itself was holding its breath. I pressed my face to the window. Below us, the German countryside stretched in neat geometric patterns, forests and fields divided by roads like a child's puzzle. Everything looked normal from up there. But inside the aircraft, something had shifted. The very atmosphere felt different, thicker somehow. The flight attendant with the black hair, Maria, I think her name, walked quickly toward the front of the cabin. Her practiced smile was gone. She kept glancing at the speakers as if expecting them to explain themselves. Her colleague, the blond man, stood frozen in the aisle near row 15, still holding a tray of empty cup. Configuration warning. Takeoff configuration. A third time. A child started crying somewhere behind me. Someone's phone buzzed. The businessman muttered something that sounded like a prayer. I waited for the captain's voice to come over the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're experiencing a minor technical issue with our warning systems. Please remain seated while we..." But the captain never spoke. Maria reached for the interphone at the front of the cabin. I watched her lift it to her ear, press a button, wait. Her face went pale. She pressed the button again, held it longer. Then she looked toward the cockpit door, and I saw something in her expression that made my stomach drop. Fear. Real fear. The blonde flight attendant, I never learned his name, approached her. They spoke in whispers, but their body language screamed. He gestured toward the cockpit. She shook her head. He insisted. She tried the interphone again. Configuration warning. Takeoff configuration. By now, passengers were starting to murmur. The woman across the aisle from me leaned toward her husband. "What's wrong?" she asked in English. "Why isn't the pilot saying anything?" That's when I noticed the oxygen masks. They didn't drop all at once like in the safety videos. They just appeared. First one, then another, then a whole row of them swaying gently like hanged men. The yellow cups dangled at eye level, plastic faces with empty expressions. The cabin pressure alarm began to wail. People scrambled for their masks. The businessman beside me grabbed his with shaking hands, but his movements were sluggish, uncertain. I reached for mine, muscle memory from a dozen safety demonstrations kicking in. Place the mask over your nose and mouth. Pull the elastic strap over your head. Breathe normally. But breathing normally was impossible. The air tasted wrong, metallic, electric, like the moment before lightning strikes. I looked around the cabin as passengers fumbled with their masks. Some had already put theirs on and were sitting back, eyes closed, following instructions. Others were still struggling with the straps. But a few, maybe 6 or 7 people scattered throughout the cabin, just sat there. They weren't reaching for their masks. They weren't panicking. They were just staring straight ahead like they were watching something the rest of us couldn't see. The businessman beside me was one of them. "Sir," I said, my voice muffled by the oxygen mask. "Sir, you need to put on your mask." He didn't respond, didn't even blink. His hands rested calmly in his lap, and his face was already beginning to turn that telltale pale shade that meant his brain wasn't getting enough oxygen. But his eyes were open, perfectly clear and focused on something beyond the seat in front of him. I reached over and grabbed his mask, tried to lift it to his face. His skin was cold. Not dead cold, but wrong cold. Like touching a window in winter. Configuration warning. Takeoff configuration. The announcement kept repeating, but now it sounded different. Distorted. Like the voice was coming from very far away or from underwater. And underneath it, so faint I almost missed it, was something else. Whispering. Multiple voices overlapping, saying words I couldn't quite make out. They seemed to be coming from the air vents, from the speakers, from the walls themselves. I pressed my face to the window again, desperate to see something normal, something that made sense. The landscape below was still there, still green and brown and crisscrossed with roads. But something was wrong with the light. It was too bright and too dark at the same time, like looking at the world through a broken lens. And we were turning. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, but we were definitely turning, banking left in a wide, lazy circle. The flight attendants had disappeared. I craned my neck to see the front of the cabin, but they were nowhere to be found. The cockpit door remained closed, its little window dark. Around me, more passengers were succumbing to whatever was happening. The woman across the aisle had stopped trying to wake her husband. A teenager near the back of the plane sat with her hands folded in her lap, staring at nothing with glassy eyes. But I was still conscious, still breathing, still watching, still waiting for someone to tell us what was wrong. The plane continued its slow turn, and I realized with growing horror that we were circling back over the same patch of countryside I'd seen minutes before. The same forest, the same field with the red barn, the same road cutting through it all like a scar. We were trapped in a loop 34,000 feet above the earth, with a cabin full of people who were either unconscious or something else. And still, the captain never spoke. October 16th, 2019, 3:0 a.m. Sleep is impossible. The silence was the worst part. Not the absence of sound. That would have been merciful. No, this was something else entirely. A silence so complete, it seemed to swallow every whisper, every breath, every prayer. The kind of silence that makes you question if you're still alive. I've been trying to understand what happened in those moments after the oxygen masks fell. The doctors say it was hypoxia, oxygen deprivation. They say people's brains simply shut down, that they drifted into unconsciousness like swimmers sinking beneath dark water. Clean, peaceful, scientific. But they weren't there. They didn't see what I saw. The businessman in 23B, I found out later his name was Kazimierz Nowak, was still staring ahead with those glassy eyes. His oxygen mask hung from its cord like a discarded skin. I kept shaking his shoulder, whispering his name even though I didn't know it then. His body was warm but wrong, like a house with no one home. "Sir, please," I whispered, my voice absorbed by that terrible silence. "You need to breathe." But he was breathing. Shallow, rhythmic breaths that misted the air in front of his face. Breathing for someone else, it seemed. Someone who wasn't there. I looked around the cabin, desperate for any sign of normalcy. The emergency lighting had flickered on, casting everything in an amber glow that made the shadows dance wrong. Passengers sat in their seats like mannequins, some with oxygen masks on, others without. All of them staring at nothing with the same empty expression. All except the children. There were maybe 8 or 9 kids on the flight, ranging from toddlers to teenagers. They should have been the first to succumb to oxygen deprivation, their smaller bodies, their faster metabolisms. But they were still conscious, still moving, still whispering to each other in languages I didn't recognize. A little girl in row 18, maybe 5 years old, turned around in her seat and looked directly at me. Her eyes were wide and dark, too knowing for her age. She pressed a finger to her lips and made a shushing sound that somehow carried all the way to my ears despite the suffocating silence. Then she pointed to the ceiling. I followed her gaze upward and felt my heart stop. The overhead compartments were vibrating. Not shaking, vibrating. Like something inside them was trying to get out. Or maybe something outside was trying to get in. The air itself felt thick and viscous. When I breathed through my oxygen mask, it tasted like copper and ozone. Like the air just before a thunderstorm, charged with electricity and possibility. But there was something else underneath it, something organic and wrong. The smell of roses left too long in stagnant water. I checked my watch. 16:23. We'd been circling for 36 minutes. The landscape below remained unchanged. The same patchwork of fields and forests, the same red barn, the same winding river that reflected the sky like a mirror. We were stuck in time as well as space, trapped in a moment that refused to end. The whispers were getting louder. At first, I thought it was just the air circulation system, the normal sounds of an aircraft in flight. But as I listened more carefully, I could make out distinct voices. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all speaking at once in languages that sounded almost familiar but not quite right, like listening to a conversation through water or hearing your own voice playing backwards. The little girl in row 18 was still watching me. She raised her hand and began to count on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 that was. Then she started over. Once died some man. Do I do ready? 3. Sword, are you were. 5 fight. Again and again, her lips were moving silently as she counted. I realized she was counting the whispers. A movement in my peripheral vision made me turn. The blonde flight attendant, the one who'd been so cheerful during boarding, was walking down the aisle. But his gait was wrong, mechanical. Each step was exactly the same length, perfectly measured, like a wind-up toy. His head was tilted at an angle that would have been uncomfortable for a living person. He stopped at row 15, the same spot where he'd been standing when the warnings began. He turned his head, too far, too quickly, and looked directly at me. His eyes were completely white. Not rolled back, not clouded with cataracts, but white like fresh snow or bleached bone. And he was smiling. It wasn't a human smile. It was too wide, too knowing, too empty of anything resembling warmth or sanity. It was the smile of something that had never been human but was very good at pretending. He raised his hand and waved at me. A slow, deliberate wave, like a child might give to a stranger. Then he turned and continued his mechanical walk toward the front of the cabin, disappearing into the gallery. The whispers were becoming more distinct now. I could almost make out words, fragments of sentences that seemed to be spoken in reverse. Numbers, names, coordinates, and underneath it all, a sound like wind through empty houses. I looked out the window again, pressing my face against the cold plastic. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that seemed too vivid, too saturated. The landscape below was still locked in that same eternal loop, but now I could see other things moving down there. Shadows that didn't match the objects casting them. Lights that flickered in patterns are too regular to be natural. The little girl in row 18 had stopped counting. She was standing now, facing the back of the plane, her small hands pressed against the window. She was saying something, but her voice was lost in the whispers. I strained to hear her, to understand what she was trying to tell me. Then I heard it, faint but unmistakable, carried on the recycled air of the cabin, my name. Lucas. It came from everywhere and nowhere. From the walls, from the ceiling, from the other passengers' throats. A whisper that seemed to bypass my ears entirely and speak directly to my brain. Lucas. Lucas? Lucas Totcho. The businessman beside me turned his head. For the first time since the masks fell, Kazimierz Novak looked at me. His eyes were still glassy, still empty, but his mouth was moving. Lucas, he said in a voice that wasn't his own. Your father is here. The temperature in the cabin dropped 20 degrees in an instant. My breath came out in visible puffs, and frost began to form on the windows. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they became a cacophony of voices all speaking my name. And through it all, I heard something else. Something that made my blood freeze in my veins. Laughter dart. High and thin and absolutely joyless, like the sound of breaking glass or dying birds. It was coming from the cockpit. October 16th, 2019, 6:0 am. The nurses think I'm having nightmares. I need to write this down before I forget. Before they convinced me it was all hypoxia-induced hallucinations. Before the sedatives they keep offering to let me to wash away the only proof I have that something impossible happened on Flight LZ-171.71. The loop. Christ, the loop. It started small. I noticed we were passing over the same landmarks. The red barn, the winding river, a small town with a church spire that caught the late afternoon sun. At first, I thought it was just similar terrain. Germany has thousands of small farming communities after all. But then I saw the same flock of birds. The exact same formation, wings frozen mid-flight as if they were painted on the sky. That's when I knew we weren't just circling. We were trapped. I pressed my face against the window, watching the landscape scroll by below us like a looped film reel. The red barn, the river, the town, the birds. Then again, and again. Each cycle took exactly 14 minutes and 37 seconds. I timed it on my watch, growing more horrified with each repetition. The other passengers didn't seem to notice. Or maybe they couldn't. They sat in their seats like statues, breathing their shallow breaths, staring at nothing with those empty eyes. The businessman beside me, Kazimierz, had stopped speaking after he mentioned my father. He just sat there, smiling the same empty smile the flight attendant had worn. But the children were different. They were watching everything with the intensity of cats stalking prey. The little girl in row 18 had returned to her seat, but now she was drawing something on the fogged window with her finger. Symbols that looked almost like letters, but not quite. Shapes that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at them. On the fifth loop, I noticed something new. There was a storm cloud hanging over the landscape, perfectly still, its edges sharp against the sky. Lightning flickered inside it, but the bolts never struck. They just danced there, frozen in time, illuminating the cloud from within like a paper lantern. The storm cloud wasn't there on the first loop, or the second, or the third. It had appeared gradually, building itself out of nothing, growing larger and more menacing with each repetition. By the 10th loop, it dominated the sky. A massive thunderhead that seemed to be pulling everything toward it. The earth, the air, even the light itself. I started to understand that we weren't just circling. We were being drawn into something. Something that existed in the spaces between seconds, in the gaps between heartbeats. Something that fed on loops and repetition and the growing desperation of people who realized they were trapped. The whispers had evolved too. What had started as random murmurs had become a chorus, voices harmonizing in a language that predated human speech. They were coming from the air vents, from the overhead compartments, from the throats of my fellow passengers. But when I looked at them directly, their lips weren't moving. On the 15th loop, I saw the other planes. They were flying in formation below us, maybe 1,000 feet down. Commercial aircraft, all of them. I could make out different liveries. Lufthansa, British Airways, Air France, others I didn't recognize. They were flying in perfect synchronization, their wings never wavering, their positions never changing. Like a squadron of ghost ships sailing through an endless sky. How long had they been there? How long had they been trapped in their own loops, their own 14-minute cycles of hell? I tried to count them, but the numbers kept changing. Sometimes there were 5 planes, sometimes 50. Sometimes they were below us, sometimes above. Sometimes they seemed to be flying through the clouds themselves, their aluminum bodies becoming transparent, their passengers visible through the windows like shadows in a lighted house. The little girl in row 18 was standing again. She walked to the aisle and looked directly at me, her dark eyes reflecting the amber emergency lighting. She opened her mouth and spoke in a voice that was definitely not her own. Too deep, too old, too full of knowledge that no child should possess. "We've been here before," she said. "All of us, many times." I wanted to respond, to ask her what she meant, but my voice was gone. Not just quiet gone, as if the words had been stolen from my throat before they could form. She continued, her child's lips moving, but that ancient voice pouring out. "Time is broken here. Past and future are the same. We are flying through moments that have already happened, will happen, are happening now in 1,000 different realities." The businessman beside me began to laugh. Not the joyless sound I'd heard earlier, but something worse. The laughter of someone who had understood a joke that was too terrible to comprehend. His head tilted back and the sound poured from his throat like water from a broken dam. Other passengers began to join in. Row by row, they threw back their heads and laughed with voices that weren't their own. The sound built and built until it became a roar a wall of manic joy that made the airplane's hull vibrate. Through it all, the little girl kept talking. "Your father," she said, and now her voice was my father's voice, warm and familiar and impossibly wrong. "He's waiting for you, Lucas. He's been waiting for such a long time." I looked out the window at the storm cloud, now so massive it covered half the sky. Lightning continued to dance inside it, but I could see shapes in the flashes now. Faces, hundreds of them, thousands, all looking down at our little aircraft with expressions of infinite hunger. The red barn appeared again, marking the beginning of our 16th loop. But this time, there was a figure standing beside it. A man in a black suit, waving up at us with both hands. Even from 34,000 feet, I could see his face clearly. It was my father. He was younger than I remembered, maybe 40 years old, with dark hair and bright eyes and that crooked smile he'd worn in photographs from before I was born. He was waving at me, beckoning me to come down, to join him in that endless field beside the red bar. The airplane banked mischief to the left, beginning its descent toward the ground. The altimeter on my watch started dropping. 33,000 feet, 32,000, 31,000. We were going down, and I realized with crystal clarity that we were never going to reach Warsaw. We were going to crash into that field beside the red barn where my father waited with his arms outstretched and his impossible smile. We were going to join the other planes in their eternal loop, flying through the same 14 minutes and 37 seconds forever and ever and ever. The laughter of the passengers reached a crescendo that shattered the overhead lights. Sparks rained down like falling stars, and in their brief illumination, I saw that the cabin was full of people who weren't there. Passengers from other flights, other crashes, other loops. They sat in the aisles, stood in the galley, hung from the ceiling like Christmas ornaments. All of them laughing, all of them reaching for me with translucent hands. The little girl in row 18 was walking toward me now, her feet not quite touching the floor. She was holding something in her hands, a photograph, old and yellowed with age. "Look," she said in my father's voice. "Look how young you were." She held up the photograph, and I saw myself as a child, maybe 6 years old, standing next to my father beside a red barn. We were both smiling, both waving at the camera, both completely unaware that we were posing for a picture that would be taken 30 years in the future. The airplane's engines cut out. In the sudden silence that followed, I heard the sound of my own voice, calling out across the years, "Papa! Papa, we're falling!" And from somewhere in the storm cloud above, my father's voice answered, "I know, my son, I know. It's time to come home." October 17th, 2019, 2:0 p.m. Dr. Reyes says I need to stop writing, but I can't. They found traces of ice in my blood. Not metaphorically, actual ice crystals formed at the cellular level. The doctors can't explain it. They say it's impossible that human blood can't freeze while the body remains alive, but they have the lab results. They have proof. I know how it happened. It was when I saw them in the cockpit. The descent had stopped as suddenly as it began. One moment we were falling toward that field where my father waited. The next we were level again, back in our eternal loop. The altimeter on my watch read 34,000 feet. The storm cloud was gone. The other planes had vanished. We were alone again in the amber-lit cabin, surrounded by the gentle hum of the air circulation system and the occasional crackle of the broken overhead lights. But something had changed. The quality of the silence was different now, expectant, pregnant with possibility. Like the moment before a conductor raises his baton when the orchestra holds its breath and waits for the music to begin. That's when I saw the steward moving toward the cockpit. It was the blonde man, the one who'd been so cheerful during boarding, who'd smiled at everyone like he genuinely cared about their comfort. But his smile was gone now, replaced by an expression of slack-jawed concentration. His eyes were focused on something just above my head, tracking movement I couldn't see. He walked with that same mechanical gait I'd noticed before, each step perfectly measured, arms swinging at precise angles. But now I could see that his feet weren't quite touching the floor. He was floating, maybe an inch above the carpet, his body rigid as a sleepwalker's. He reached the cockpit door and paused. For a moment he just stood there, head tilted at that impossible angle, listening to something none of us could hear. Then he raised his hand to the access panel and punched in a code. The door clicked open. I had a clear view of the flight deck from my window seat. The captain and first officer were slumped forward in their chairs, heads resting on the instrument panel. They looked peaceful, almost serene, like they were taking a nap after a long day's work. But their skin was a waxy quality that made my stomach turn. The steward stepped into the cockpit and I saw his reflection in the darkened screens of the flight instruments. But it wasn't his reflection. It was someone else entirely. A tall, thin man in a pilot's uniform, with silver hair and kind eyes and a smile that seemed genuinely warm. Captain Rodriguez, Doctor. I recognized him from the crew introduction video they'd played during boarding. But Captain Rodriguez was slumped over the controls, clearly unconscious. The man in the reflection was standing upright, alert, in command. The steward's body moved to the captain's chair, but the reflection moved to the first officer's seat. They were occupying the same space but existing in different realities, like a double exposure photograph. The steward's hands reached for controls, but in the reflection, Captain Rodriguez was checking instruments, adjusting settings, preparing for something. I pressed my face against the window, trying to understand what I was seeing. The cockpit was small, cramped, filled with switches and screens and gauges. But in the reflection, it was vast. The walls stretched away into darkness, and I could see other figures moving in the shadows. Men and women in uniforms from different eras, different airlines, different decades. They were all working together, all preparing for the same mysterious event. The steward's hands found the yoke, and I watched in horror as he began to bank the aircraft to the right. But in the reflection, Captain Rodriguez was pulling back on the controls, bringing us into a climb. Two pilots occupying the same body, flying the same aircraft in opposite directions. That's when I realized we were flying in both realities simultaneously. In one reality, we were climbing toward the storm cloud, toward whatever waited in its lightning-filled depth. In the other, we were diving toward the ground, toward the field where my father stood beside the red barn. The airplane was being torn apart by the contradiction, held together only by the force of our collective will to survive. The businessman beside me, Kazimierz, turned his head to look at me. His eyes were no longer empty. They were filled with an intelligence that was ancient and terrible and completely alien to his face. "You can see them," he said in a voice like grinding stone. "You can see the pilots." I nodded, unable to speak. "They've been flying this route for 70 years, he continued. "Ever since the first crash. They keep trying to land, but they can never find the runway. They're lost, Lucas. Lost in the space between life and death, between past and future. And now they're taking us with them." In the cockpit, the steward was laughing. Not the manic laughter of the other passengers, but something quieter, more intimate. The laughter of someone sharing a private joke with an old friend. His head was thrown back, mouth open wide, and I could see that his throat was full of stars. The reflection of Captain Rodriguez was crying, tears streaming down his face as he worked the controls, trying desperately to bring his aircraft home. He was saying something, but I couldn't make out the words. His lips moved in a pattern that looked like prayer, or maybe a confession. The cockpit window began to frost over, ice crystals forming in delicate patterns across the glass. But the ice was forming on the inside, not the outside. It spread slowly like a living lace until the entire window was opaque, except for one small section in the center. Through that clear patch, I could see a hand pressed against the glass from the outside. A human hand, palm flat against the window, fingers spread wide. The skin was pale, almost translucent, and I could see the network of veins underneath like a road map of somewhere I'd never been. The hand began to move, fingers tracing letters in the frost. Help. Pow. The word appeared backward from my perspective, but I could read it clearly. Then the hand moved again, writing another word. U.S. The businessman grabbed my wrist with fingers that felt like ice. Don't look, he said urgently. Don't look at the hand. That's how they get in. That's how they've been getting in for 70 years. But I couldn't look away. The hand was writing something else now, something longer. Letter by letter, the message appeared in the frost. We know about your father. My blood turned to ice in my veins. Literally. I could feel the crystals forming in my arteries, my heart struggling to pump the suddenly viscous fluid through my body. My vision blurred, and for a moment I thought I was going to pass out. But I stayed conscious. I stayed watching. The hand pressed harder against the glass, and I could see the face behind it now. It was pressed against the window from outside, features distorted by the pressure. A man's face, middle-aged, with kind eyes and a gentle smile. It was my father's face, but it wasn't my father. It was something wearing his face like a mask, something that had studied his features and expressions and learned to mimic them perfectly. The smile was too wide, the eyes too knowing. It was the face of something that had been pretending to be human for a very long time. The thing wearing my father's face mouthed a single word. Soon. Then the cockpit door slammed shut. The steward was back in the cabin, walking down the aisle with that same mechanical gait. But now he was carrying something. A clipboard with a passenger manifest. He stopped at each row, checking names against his list, making small marks with a pencil that left no trace on the paper. When he reached my row, he paused. He looked at me with those white, empty eyes and smiled that inhuman smile. Then he made a mark next to my name that I felt rather than saw. A cold touch against my soul, a claim being staked. You're on the list, he said in a voice like breaking glass. You've always been on the list. He continued his walk toward the back of the cabin, checking names, making marks, preparing for something that was coming very soon. Through the frosted cockpit window, I could see the shadows of the pilots working at their control. They were flying to us somewhere specific, somewhere that had been planned for a very long time. And in the reflection of the darkened screens, I could see my father's face smiling back at me. October 18th, 2019. 12:00 m. The sedatives aren't working anymore. I understand now why they want me to stop writing. It's not because they think I'm having a breakdown. It's because they're afraid I might be telling the truth. The ice crystals in my blood were just beginning. The doctors found other things too. Microscopic fragments of metal embedded in my skin. Metal that doesn't match any known alloy. Traces of atmospheric gases that don't exist at commercial flight altitudes. And something else they won't tell me about. Something that makes them exchange worried glances when they think I'm not looking. But I remember everything. Every impossible detail. Every moment of horror. The voice came from the air vent directly above my seat. It started as a whisper, so faint I thought it was just the normal circulation of air through the cabin. But as the loops continued, we were on the 23rd cycle by then. The whisper grew stronger, more distinct, more recognizably human, more recognizably my father's voice. Lucas, it said, and the sound seemed to come from inside my own head as much as from the vent above. Lucas, can you hear me? I looked up at the rectangular grate, its slats angled to direct the airflow downward. But no air was coming through it now. Instead, there was a faint phosphorescent glow, like foxfire or the luminescence of deep-sea creatures. Papa, I whispered, feeling foolish even as the word left my mouth. My father was dead. Had been dead for 5 days. I was flying to his funeral. I'm here, my son, the voice said, and it was so perfectly his voice that I felt tears streaming down my face. The same warm tone he'd used when I was a child and afraid of the dark. The same slight accent, The same way of making my son sound like the most precious word in any language. But it was wrong. It was all wrong. "You're not here," I said, louder now. Several passengers turned to look at me, their empty eyes reflecting the amber emergency lighting. "You're dead. You died 5 days ago." The voice laughed, and it was my father's laugh. Rich and full and completely joyless. "Death is just another kind of flying, Lucas. You'll understand soon enough." The businessman beside me had been listening to the entire conversation. Now he leaned close, his breath cold against my ear. "Don't talk about it," he whispered urgently. "The more you talk to it, the more real it becomes. The more real it becomes, the more it can hurt you." But I couldn't stop myself. I had so many things I'd never said to my father, so many apologies I'd never given. The voice in the vent was offering me a chance to say them, even if it was just a hallucination born from grief and oxygen deprivation. "I'm sorry I didn't visit anymore," I said to the glowing grate. "I'm sorry I missed your birthday last year. I'm sorry I wasn't there when you were." "Now, I know," my father's voice interrupted. "I've always known. That's not why I'm here." "Then why?" "Because you're going to die, my son. Very soon, and I wanted to be with you when it happens." The temperature in the cabin dropped to another 10 degrees. My breath came out in visible puffs, and I could see ice crystals forming on the windows. But the other passengers didn't seem to notice the cold. They sat in their seats like statues, breathing their shallow breaths, waiting for something to happen. "I'm not going to die," I said, but even as I spoke the words, I knew they were a lie. I could feel death approaching like a storm front, heavy and inevitable. It was in the recycled air, in the vibration of the engines, in the whispers that came from every surface of the aircraft. "Look around you, Lucas," my father's voice said. "Really look. What do you see?" I looked. At first, I saw what I've been seeing for the past 3 hours. 121 passengers sitting in their seats, most of them unconscious or catatonic. A few children still moving and whispering among themselves. But as I focused, as I really looked, I began to see the truth. The passengers weren't breathing. Their chests weren't rising and falling. The businessman beside me, Kazimierz, was perfectly still, his skin waxy and pale. The woman across the aisle was slumped forward, her head at an angle that would have been impossible if she were alive. They were all dead, had been dead for hours. "No," I whispered. "No, that's not right." They were talking. They were moving. "Were they?" my father's voice asked. "Or were you just seeing what you needed to see to stay sane?" I reached over and touched Kazimierz's wrist, searching for a pulse. His skin was cold, rigid. No pulse. No breath. No sign of life. But as I touched him, his eyes opened. Those glassy, empty eyes fixed on mine, and his mouth opened in a smile that split his face from ear to ear. "Welcome to the dead zone, Lucas," he said in a voice like grinding gravel. "Population, everyone." I jerked my hand back, but he grabbed my wrist with fingers that felt like frozen steel. "You can't leave now," he said. "You're one of us. You've been one of us since the moment you stepped on this plane." I tried to pull away, but his grip was impossibly strong. Other passengers were turning to look at me now, all of them, row by row, their heads swiveling with mechanical precision. Their eyes were all the same, glassy, empty, reflecting the emergency lighting like mirrors. "I'm alive," I said desperately. "I'm alive. I'm breathing. I have a pulse." "Do you?" my father's voice asked from the vent above. "Check your pulse, my son. Really check it." I pressed my fingers to my throat, searching for the familiar throb of my carotid artery. Nothing. I tried my wrist. Nothing. I pressed my hand to my chest, trying to feel my heartbeat. Nothing. "That's impossible," I whispered. "I'm talking. I'm thinking, "You're remembering," my father's voice said gently. "You're remembering what it felt like to be alive. But memory is all you have now. Memory and the growing understanding that you're exactly where you belong." The dead passengers were all looking at me with expressions of infinite patience. They were waiting for me to accept the truth, to stop fighting against the inevitable, to take my place among the ranks of the eternally flying. "I know about the crash," my father's voice continued. "I know what happened to Flight LZ-171. It went down over Germany, Lucas. All souls lost. The investigators found the wreckage scattered across a wheat field. They found bodies, pieces of bodies, fragments of lives that ended too soon. But I survived," I said weakly. "I'm in the hospital. I'm writing in this journal. And you're remembering," he said again. "You're remembering what you thought would happen after the crash. You're remembering the life you thought you'd live, the words you thought you'd write, the story you thought you'd tell. But it's all just memory now. Just the ghost of a future that will never be." The cabin began to tilt. We were descending again, but this time there was no pulling out of the dive. The altimeter on my watch spun wildly. 30,000 feet, 20,000, 10,000. The dead passengers smiled their terrible smiles and gripped their armrests with bloodless fingers. "It's time to come home, my son," my father's voice said. And now it was coming from everywhere. The vents, the walls, the floor beneath my feet. "It's time to stop pretending you survived." Through the window, I could see the ground rushing up to meet us. The wheat field spread out below like a golden ocean, and in the center of it a red barn that seemed to glow with its own inner light. Standing beside the barn was my father, his arms outstretched, his face radiant with joy. He was waiting for me, had been waiting for me since the moment the plane first went down. "I love you, Lucas," his voice whispered as the ground filled the window. "I love you, and I'm sorry you had to die alone." The last thing I saw before the impact was my father's smile, warm and genuine and completely, impossibly real. October 18th, 2019. 3:0 a.m. They think I'm dead. I woke up writing. My hand was moving across the page, forming words I didn't recognize in handwriting that weren't quite my own. The nurses found me like this, eyes closed, breathing so shallow they could barely detect it, but my hand never stopping its mechanical movement across the paper. They said I'd been writing for 6 hours straight. The words were in different languages: Spanish, Polish, German, French. Scripts I didn't recognize. Symbols that hurt to look at directly. But mixed in with the foreign text were fragments in English, pieces of conversations I'd never had with people I'd never met. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Lufthansa Flight 441. We are experiencing rapid decompression. Can anyone hear me? We've been circling for 3 hours. Our navigation is..." Something in the cockpit, something that isn't human. Messages from other flights, other crashes, other loops in the endless cycle of planes that never land. I remember the fighters now. How could I have forgotten the fighters? They appeared on our 28th loop, 2 German Eurofighter Typhoons rising from the clouds below like metal angels. Their canopies gleamed in the late afternoon sun, and I could see the pilots inside, their faces hidden behind oxygen masks and helmet visors. They took up position alongside our aircraft, one on each wing, close enough that I could see the details of their cockpits, the various switches and displays, the way the pilots' heads turned to look at us through the windows of Flight LZ-171. But something was wrong with their formation. They were flying too close, impossibly close. Their wingtips should have been clipping our aircraft, sending us all spiraling into a deadly spin toward the earth below. Instead, they were flying through us. I watched in horror as the fighter on our left wing passed its wing directly through our aircraft's fuselage. There was no impact, no sound, no disturbance of any kind. The Typhoon's wing materialized inside the cabin, cutting through rows of seats and passengers like they were made of smoke. The dead passengers didn't react. They couldn't see the fighter jets, couldn't see the wings passing through their bodies. They sat in their eternal stillness, waiting for something that would never come. But the children could see them. The little girl in row 18 pressed her face to the window and waved at the fighter pilot. Her breath fogged the glass, and she drew a heart in the condensation with her finger. The pilot turned his head toward her and raised his hand in acknowledgement. That's when I realized the fighter jets were as dead as we were. I could see through their canopies now, see the pilots inside with perfect clarity. Their flight suits were torn and burned. Their oxygen masks hung loose, revealing faces that were pale and slack. But their eyes were open, alert, tracking our aircraft with the dedication of hunters. One of them began to gesture, pointing at our cockpit, then at the ground below. He was trying to tell us something, trying to communicate across the impossible divide between living and the dead. His mouth moved behind the shattered visor of his helmet, forming words I couldn't hear. Then the radio crackled to life. It started as static, the white noise of empty frequencies. But underneath the hiss and pop of interference, I could hear voices. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all talking at once in a cacophony of languages and accents and desperation. Flight 447, we are in deep stall, can anyone? Lost both engines attempting emergency landing. Passengers are unconscious. We need immediate medical. Something in the cargo hold. Something that shouldn't be there. The voices overlapped and intertwined, creating a symphony of final moments. Last words from crews who never made it home. Final transmissions from aircraft that vanished into the same void that had claimed us. But one voice cut through the chaos, clear and strong and impossibly familiar. "Lucas, this is Captain Rodriguez. Can you hear me?" I looked toward the cockpit, but the door was still closed. The steward with white eyes was standing guard beside it, his mechanical smile never wavering. "Captain?" I whispered. "I'm here, son. I've been trying to reach you for hours. The radio frequencies are all crossed up here. Past and present, living and dead. It's all mixed together in the dead zone. Where are you?" "I'm flying the plane, Lucas. I've been flying the plane since we first entered the loop, but I'm not alone up here. There are others. Pilots from other flights, other crashes. We're all trying to find our way home." The businessman beside me, Kazimierz, turned his dead eyes toward me. "Don't listen to him," he said in a voice like grinding stone. "The pilots are what keep us trapped. They're the ones who won't let us land." "That's not true," Captain Rodriguez's voice crackled through the radio static. "We're trying to save you, all of you. But the frequencies are jammed. Something is interfering with our navigation. Something that doesn't want us to find the runway." One of the fighter pilots was gesturing more frantically now, pointing at something beyond my line of sight. His mouth was moving rapidly, urgently, but I still couldn't hear him. Then he began to trace letters in the air with his finger. Ground. Then another word. NOW. He was telling us to land, to break out of the loop and make contact with the ground. But how could we land when we didn't know where we were? When was every landmark below us trapped in the same eternal repetition? "Captain," I said, speaking toward the radio static. "The fighters are trying to tell us something. They want us to land." "I know," Captain Rodriguez replied. "But every time we try to descend, something pulls us back up. Something that's been feeding on this loop for decades. It doesn't want us to leave." The radio erupted in a burst of interference so loud it made my ears ring. When the static cleared, I could hear a new voice, deep, resonant, completely inhuman. "They belong to me now," it said in a tone that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. "They have always belonged to me." Fighter jets began to fall back, their engines silent, their pilots slumped forward in their cockpits. Whatever force was keeping us trapped had claimed them too, adding their voices to the growing chorus of the dead. "Lucas!" Captain Rodriguez's voice was fading, being swallowed by the interference. "You have to The frequency is, you're the only one who can know. His words dissolved into static, leaving me alone with the whispers of the dead and the terrible understanding that we were never meant to land. We were meant to fly forever, adding our voices to the crossed frequencies of the lost. The businessman grabbed my wrist again, his grip like ice. "Now do you understand?" he asked. "We're not passengers anymore. We're broadcasts, signals sent out into the void, hoping someone will hear us, someone will remember that we existed." Through the window, I watched the fighter jets disappear into the clouds below, their metal bodies becoming transparent before vanishing entirely. But their voices remained on the radio, adding to the endless chatter of the dead. And somewhere in that cacophony of crossed frequencies, I could hear my father's voice, calling my name across the static-filled darkness between life and death. The loop began again. The red barn appeared below us, marking the start of our 29th cycle through the same 14 minutes and 37 seconds of eternity. But this time, I knew we would never break free. This time, I understood that the crash had already happened. We were just the echo of it, playing over and over again in the space between seconds, in the silence between heartbeats, in the pause between one breath and the next. We were the ghost signals of flight, LZ-171, broadcasting our final moments into the void, hoping someone would hear us and remember that we once existed, that we once lived. From the Journal of Lucas Mendez, sole survivor of flight, LZ-171. The impact was not what I expected. In movies, crashes are explosive, chaotic, and over in an instant. But this was different, surreal, drawn out, and suffocating. As the plane plummeted, the sounds around me were a cacophony of terror, screams, bending metal, and the deafening roar of rushing air. My stomach lurched as the ground rushed up to meet us, each second stretching into an eternity. The plane hit the earth with a jarring thud, throwing me forward. My seatbelt strained against my chest, cutting into my flesh. The world around me became a blur of debris and noise. I remember the sound of crumpling metal, the shattering of glass, and the sickening thud of bodies hitting the floor. The air was thick with dust and the acrid smell of burning wiring. Amidst the chaos, there was an eerie calmness. The other passengers who had been unconscious remained still, their faces slack and expressionless. They didn't flinch, didn't scream, didn't react at all. It was as if they were part of a twisted mannequin display, frozen in time. I was the only one awake, the only one aware unfolding around us. As I struggled to free myself from the wreckage, I caught a glimpse of something moving on the ceiling. It was dark, shadowy, and seemed to crawl with an unnatural grace. My heart pounded as it moved towards me, its form shifting and twisting in ways that defied logic. I tried to scream, but my voice was hoarse and barely audible. The creature paused as if sensing my gaze, and I felt a cold, unseen force washing over me. Then everything went black. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed, surrounded by the sterile smell of antiseptic and the soft beeping of monitors. My head throbbed and every inch of my body ached. Faint light filtered through the window, casting long shadows across the room. I tried to move, but pain shot through my limbs, forcing me back onto the bed. A nurse entered, her face etched with concern. "Welcome back, Lucas. You've been through quite an ordeal," she said softly, checking the monitors beside me. I tried to speak, but my throat was dry and sore. She offered me water, and as I sipped, I noticed the steward standing in the corner of the room, his eyes vacant, his mouth moving in reverse. That's when the realization hit me. The crash, the creature, the steward. It wasn't just a hallucination born of trauma. Something supernatural had survived the crash with me. Something that lingered in the shadows, watching and waiting. The steward's reverse speech sent chills down my spine, a grim reminder of the horror I had witnessed. I thought about the passengers, the plane, and the pilot's voice. How could I have heard him after the crash? How could I have seen what I saw? The hospital staff spoke of oxygen deprivation and hallucinations, but I knew the truth. Something had been on that plane, something ancient and evil, and it followed me. As I lay there, the weight of my experience pressed down on me. I wasn't just a survivor. I was a vessel for something beyond understanding. The steward's presence in the hospital room was a testament to that. The crash had unlocked the door, and now I was haunted by what had come through it. The crash was just beginning. Now I was left to confront the darkness that had followed me, to face the horror that lingered in the shadows. And I knew that no matter where I went, it would always be with me, watching, waiting. The antiseptic scent of the hospital hit me first, sharp and piercing, cutting through the fog in my mind. I tried to move, but a sharp pain shot through my chest, making me wince. The beeping of machines around me was steady, a relentless rhythm that echoed the pounding in my head. I opened my eyes to a sterile white ceiling, the fluorescent lights casting an unsettling glare. A nurse hurried in, her face a mask of professionalism, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. "Mr. She paused, looking at the clipboard in her hand. "I'm sorry, we didn't get your name. You weren't carrying any ID. How are you feeling?" I tried to speak, but my throat was dry, scratchy. "Water," I croaked. She handed me a cup, and I sipped the cool liquid, soothing my parched throat. "Lucas," I managed. "My name is Lucas." She nodded, jotting something down. "Lucas, you've been in an accident. You're at Warsaw General Hospital. The plane, it crashed. You're very lucky to be alive." I sat up, ignoring the protests of my body. "What about the others?" The question came out before I could stop it, though I already knew the answer. Her expression softened. "I'm sorry. You were the only survivor." The words hit me like a tidal wave. Only survivor. But I'd seen them. So many people. The steward, the shadowy figure. I pushed the thoughts away, focusing on the present. My ID, my passport. They were in my luggage. She nodded. "We'll look for them. In the meantime, rest. The investigators will want to speak with you." As she left, I swung my legs over the side, testing my weight. The room spun, but I gripped the bed, anchoring myself. I needed answers. I needed to know what happened. Days passed in a blur of tests and questions. Investigators came, asking about the flight, the passengers, the crew. I told them what I remember. The takeoff warning, the pressure dropping, the steward. But they listened with polite skepticism, their eyes filled with doubt. One evening, a man in a crisp suit came to my room. He introduced himself as Inspector Marek, part of the aviation board. "Mr. Lucas, we've reviewed the flight data. The pressurization failed, leading to oxygen deprivation. The crew and passengers lost consciousness and the plane crashed." I shook my head, frustration mounting. There was more. Something in the cockpit, the steward, voices. He leaned forward, his tone soft but firm. "Trauma can play tricks on the mind. You've been through an ordeal." I felt a surge of anger, but before I could respond, the nurse interrupted, handing Marek a file. He opened it, brows furrowing. "We've been unable to locate your passport or any ID. Can you explain that?" "No," I said, a confusion rising. "I had them on the plane." He closed the file, his expression unreadable. "We'll keep looking." The next day I demanded to see the flight manifest. The administrator hesitated, but eventually handed me a printed list. I scanned the names, my heart sinking. My name wasn't there. I called the nurse, my voice shaking. "I need to see Inspector Marek." When Marek arrived, I thrust the manifest at him. "I'm not on this list," he sighed, taking the paper. "Perhaps you boarded at the last minute. We'll check the airport cameras." But deep down I knew I wasn't meant to be on that flight. Or perhaps I was meant to survive. Days turned into weeks. I was discharged, still weak, but determined. I visited the airport, seeking answers. At the airline office, I demanded to see the crew list for flight LZ-171. The clerk, nervous, handed me a document. I scanned it, my breath catching. Captain.Ice. Co-pilot. Crew, and at the bottom in bold letters, pilot unknown. I left the office, the world around me narrowing. The streets buzzed with people, but I felt isolated, adrift. I walked for hours, ending up at a small park. Night was falling, casting long shadows. I sat on a bench, the cool air biting my skin. As I closed my eyes, I heard it, a whisper, soft, familiar. Lucas. I snapped them open. No one was there, but the voice lingered, echoing in my mind. I knew then. I wasn't alone. Something from that flight was with me. I stood, determination filling me. I would uncover the truth. But as I walked away, I caught a glimpse in a window reflection. Behind me, a shadowy figure stood, just beyond the glass. I spun around, but there was no one there. The whisper came again, closer. "You're still on board, Lucas." I ran, the night swallowing me whole. I didn't stop until I was back in my hotel, the door locked, my breath coming in ragged gasps. As I lay in bed, the darkness pressed in, filled with unseen eyes. I knew then that the horror wasn't over. It was just beginning. And I was still on that flight, trapped in a nightmare from which I might never awaken. In the end, I didn't just survive Flight LZ-171. Something else did too, and it was far from done with me. The last flight of Meridian 847. I never believed in curses. Not until Flight 847. My name is Samantha Chen, and I was the lead air traffic controller at Vancouver International Airport on the morning everything changed. 23 years of guiding metal birds through Canadian skies, and I thought I'd seen it all. But some things once witnessed carve themselves into your soul like acid on steel. It started 3 weeks before the crash with the doll. My daughter Emma found it in our backyard after a particularly violent thunderstorm. She was 8 then, still young enough to believe in magic, but old enough to sense when something felt wrong. The doll was antique, maybe a Victorian porcelain face cracked down the middle. One blue eye missing, the other staring with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Mommy," she was just sitting by the fence, Emma said, cradling the thing like it was precious. She looked sad. I should have thrown it away immediately. Every instinct screamed at me to burn it, bury it, do anything but let it into our home. But Emma's eyes lit up with a joy I hadn't seen since her father left us 6 months earlier. The divorce had been brutal. David's narcissistic rage had finally consumed our marriage, leaving Emma withdrawn and anxious. "Can I keep her? Please. I'll name her Victoria." Against my better judgment, I said yes. That night, the dream started. I found myself standing in the control tower, but it wasn't the familiar glass-walled room I knew. This place was older, darker. The windows were stained with something that looked like blood, and the radio crackled with voices speaking in languages I couldn't understand. But somehow, I understood their terror. In the dream, I watched a plane, a massive Boeing 787, circle the airport endlessly. The pilots' voices grew more frantic with each loop, reporting systems failures, engine problems, complete electrical breakdown. But when I tried to respond, my voice came out as static. The plane began to descend. I woke screaming, my heart hammering against my ribs like a caged bird. The clock read 3:17 a.m. From Emma's room came the sound of soft giggling, but Emma was asleep when I checked. The doll sat on her nightstand, that single blue eye seeming to track my movement. Dr. Marcus Webb arrived at our house on a Tuesday evening, his expensive suit doing little to mask the desperation in his eyes. He was a psychiatrist specializing in post-traumatic stress disorder, but what brought him to my door wasn't professional, it was personal. "I heard about your daughter's find," he said, glancing nervously at Emma, who was coloring at the kitchen table with Victoria perched beside her. I needed to tell you something about that doll. We sat in my living room while Emma played upstairs. Dr. Webb's hands shook as he pulled out a manila folder filled with newspaper clippings, all yellowed with age. "This is going to sound insane," he began, "but that doll has a history, a very dark one." The first clipping was from 1952. Mysterious plane crash claims 87 lives. The article described how a commercial flight from Montreal to Toronto had suddenly lost control and crashed into Lake Ontario. No survivors. No explanation. "The pilot's daughter found this doll 3 weeks before the crash," Dr. Webb said. "Same story. Appeared after a storm right in their backyard." He showed me another clipping. 1967, Tartaweer. A flight from Calgary to Winnipeg. 134 dead. Another doll. Another family. 8 crashes spanning 50 years. 8 families. 8 dolls that appeared mysteriously before disaster struck. "The pattern is always the same," Dr. Webb whispered. "The doll appears near the home of someone connected to aviation. 3 weeks later, a plane falls from the sky." My blood turned to ice water. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because the last crash was in 2001. My daughter Lisa was an air traffic controller in Toronto. She found the doll after a storm just like your Emma. 3 weeks later, Flight 624 went down with 198 people aboard." His voice cracked. "Lisa was on duty when it happened. She guided them in, watched them disappear from radar. The guilt destroyed her. She took her own life 6 months later." I stared at the doll through the doorway, watching Emma brush its matted hair with gentle strokes. "This is impossible. Dolls can't cause plane crashes." "Maybe not directly," Dr. Webb said. "But there's something else, something I discovered after Lisa died. I became obsessed with understanding what happened to her. I studied the families, the crashes, the pattern." He leaned forward, his eyes intense. "Every single air traffic controller who encountered the doll began experiencing severe psychological breaks. Cognitive dissonance, paranoid delusions, chronic insomnia. They made mistakes, Samantha. Critical errors that contributed to the crash. You're saying the doll drove them insane? I'm saying it's a conduit. Something dark uses it to influence minds, to create the conditions for disaster. A self-fulfilling prophecy powered by something that feeds on tragedy." That night I tried to take Victoria away from Emma. The moment I touched the doll, pain shot through my skull like molten metal. Images flooded my mind. Burning planes, screaming passengers, bodies scattered across the ground like broken toys. Emma found me on the kitchen floor 20 minutes later, blood streaming from my nose. "Mommy, what happened? Why did you hurt Victoria?" The doll sat on the counter where I dropped it, that single eye staring accusingly. "I didn't hurt her, sweetheart. I just fell." But Emma's expression had changed. For just a moment, she looked older, wiser, and infinitely sad. "Victoria says you don't understand yet, but you will." My daughter's voice carried an echo I'd never heard before. The next morning, I called in sick to work for the first time in 5 years. I needed to think, to plan, to figure out how to break whatever hold the doll had on my family. But as I sat at my kitchen table, staring at Victoria's cracked porcelain face, my mind began to fragment. The whispers started soft, just background noise that could have been wind or distant traffic. But gradually they became clearer. Voices speaking in English, French, and languages I couldn't identify. They told me things. Terrible things. They showed me Flight 8 on 47. In my visions, I watched it taxi down the runway at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, bound for Vancouver. Captain Morrison, a veteran pilot with 20 years' experience. First Officer Reeves, young but competent. 276 passengers, including a school group, returning from an educational trip to Europe. I saw their faces in perfect detail. The excited teenagers, the worried parents, the businessmen in Flora who would never make his daughter's piano recital, the elderly couple in 12X celebrating their 50th anniversary. The whispers told me exactly how they would die. Dr. Webb called me 3 days later. I hadn't slept in 72 hours and my hands shook as I answered the phone. "Samantha, you need to listen to me carefully. I've been researching the doll's origins. It's worse than I thought." His voice sounded hollow, exhausted. "The doll isn't just a conduit, it's a prison. There's something trapped inside it, something that feeds on fear and death. Every crash makes it stronger." "What is it?" I whispered, watching Emma in the backyard. She was having a tea party with Victoria, their conversation too quiet for me to hear. "I don't know exactly, but I found records dating back to 1823. A doll maker named Cornelius Blackwood was accused of practicing necromancy in Salem, Massachusetts. He claimed he could trap souls in his creations, bind them with curses and blood rituals. That's impossible. Is it? You've seen what it can do. The visions, the whispers, the way it influences minds. Blackwood was executed for witchcraft, but his dolls were never found. They vanished the night he died." Through the window, I watched Emma lean close to Victoria, as if listening to something only she could hear. Then my daughter turned and looked directly at me, her eyes reflecting something ancient and hungry. "It's getting stronger," Dr. Webb continued. "Each crash feeds it more power. And I think it's almost ready for something big, something final." That night, Emma refused to come inside for dinner. She sat in the backyard, having an animated conversation with the doll. When I finally coaxed her in, she looked at me with eyes that seemed far too old for her face. "Victoria says tomorrow will be special. She says you'll understand everything." "What does she mean?" Emma smiled, but it wasn't her smile. It was something else wearing her face like a mask. "She says Flight 847 is coming home." I woke at 3:17 the same time every night since Victoria arrived. But this time, the house felt different. Colder. The air thrummed with an energy that made my teeth ache. Emma's room was empty. Her bed hadn't been slept in. I found them in the basement. Emma sitting cross-legged on the concrete floor, Victoria cradled in her arms. Candles formed a circle around them, though I'd never owned candles like these. They were black, twisted things that burned with flames that gave no warmth. "Emma, what are you doing?" My daughter looked up, and I saw that her eyes had changed. They were older now, filled with knowledge no child should possess. "Victoria needs to finish what she started. The collection isn't complete." "What collection?" Emma gestured to the shadows around us. At first I saw nothing. Then slowly, shapes began to emerge from the darkness. Dolls. Dozens of them. Each one broken and stained. Each one radiating malevolence. "Every crash brings her a new friend," Emma said in a voice that wasn't quite her own. "Every soul she claims becomes part of the family. But she needs one more. The biggest one yet." The whispers rose around us, a chorus of the damned. I heard the voices of pilots and passengers, air traffic controllers and ground crew, all the lives Victoria had claimed over the decades. They spoke in unison, their words chilling my blood. Flight 847, 276 souls, the grand finale. I grabbed Emma's hand, trying to pull her away from the doll. "This isn't you talking. Fight it." But Emma's grip was impossibly strong. "It's too late, Mommy. Victoria showed me the truth. Daddy left us, but she never will. She'll keep us together forever." The candlelight flickered, and I saw something that made my sanity crack like thin ice. Emma's shadow on the wall wasn't the shape of a little girl. It was something else, something with too many limbs and a face full of teeth. "The plane is coming," Emma whispered. and you're going to guide it home. I found myself in the control tower at 6 a.m., with no memory of how I'd gotten there. My supervisor, Janet, looked at me with concern. "Samantha, you look terrible. Are you sure you should be working today?" I wanted to tell her about the doll, about Emma, about the impossible visions that plagued my nights. Instead, I heard myself say, "I'm fine, just tired." The shift began normally. Morning traffic was light. A few cargo planes, some early business flights. But at 9:47 a.m., Flight 847 appeared on my radar, right on schedule. "Vancouver Control, this is Meridian 847, requesting approach vector for runway 08 left." Captain Morrison's voice crackled through my headset, calm and professional. I could see the plane on radar, a massive Boeing 787 carrying 276 souls, completely unaware of what was coming. That's when the whispers started again. They filled my headset, drowning out the radio chatter. Voices of the dead, all speaking at once, telling me what I had to do. My hands moved without my permission, adjusting frequencies, changing vectors. Meridian 847, turn left heading 270, descend to 4,000 feet. Vancouver Control, that heading takes us over the city. Requesting confirmation. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I could feel Victoria's presence in the room, that single blue eye boring into my skull. Meridian 847, confirm left turn 270, descend to 4,000. Traffic conflict ahead. There was no traffic conflict, but my mouth spoke the words anyway. In my peripheral vision, I saw her, Emma, standing in the corner of the control room, Victoria clutched in her arms. But Emma looked different now, translucent, as if she were fading away. "Mommy, don't fight it," she whispered. Victoria promised we'd be together forever, just like all the other families. The plane began its descent over downtown Vancouver, following the vector I'd given them. Through the tower windows I could see it, a silver dart cutting through the morning sky, carrying hundreds of innocent people toward their doom. Vancouver Control, we're showing a system malfunction. Multiple engine warnings, requesting immediate return to airport. Captain Morrison's voice had changed, stress creeping in around the edges. But I couldn't respond. The whispers had taken control, using my voice like a puppet's strings. Meridian 847, unable to approve return. Continue descent to 2,000 feet. Maintain current heading. Control, we have a full electrical failure. Requesting emergency landing. Janet grabbed my shoulder. "Samantha, what are you doing? Get them out of there." I tried to speak, tried to save them, but Victoria had taken my voice. Through the glass, I could see the plane struggling, its engines failing one by one. Just like in my dreams. That's when Dr. Webb burst into the control room. "Samantha, you have to fight it. The doll, it's not really Emma controlling it. Your daughter is trapped inside." He held up a photograph, the same Victorian doll, but this picture was from 1952. Standing beside it was a little girl who looked exactly like Emma. Each time Victoria claims a family, she takes the child first. The daughter becomes part of her, used to lure the next generation. Your Emma is still in there, but she's being used as bait. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. The Emma I'd been seeing wasn't my daughter at all. It was a composite of all the children Victoria had claimed over the decades, wearing my daughter's face. Where is she? I screamed. Where's my real daughter? In the basement, where you left her. The doll has been using her dreams to control both of you. The Emma you've been seeing is just a projection, a psychological manipulation. With tremendous effort, I broke free from Victoria's control. Meridian 847, disregard previous instructions. Emergency vectors available. Turn right heading 090, climb to 6,000 feet immediately. The plane began to turn, but it was too late. The engines were failing, the electrical systems dead. They were going down. I ran from the control tower, leaving Janet to coordinate the emergency response. Dr. Webb followed, his face grim with understanding. "The only way to stop this is to destroy the doll," he said as we raced toward my car. "But it won't be easy. Victoria has been feeding on death for over a century. She's incredibly strong." We reached my house in minutes. In the basement, I found Emma, my real daughter, unconscious on the floor. She was pale, barely breathing, as if something was slowly draining her life away. Victoria sat nearby, that single blue eye now glowing with malevolent energy. The other dolls in the shadows began to move, their broken limbs creaking as they turned toward us. "You're too late," they said in unison, their voices a chorus of dead children. "The plane is falling. Soon we'll have 276 new friends to play with." Through the basement window, I could see Flight 847's final descent. It was heading straight for the city center, where thousands of people were going about their morning routines, unaware that death was falling from the sky. "There's one way," Dr. Webb whispered. "The curse requires a willing sacrifice from the bloodline, someone who chooses to take the place of the victims." "What do you mean?" "The doll feeds on unwilling death, on fear and suffering. But if someone from the targeted family voluntarily takes their place, it breaks the pattern. The curse rebounds on itself." I looked at Emma, so small and fragile on the cold concrete. She was all I had left in the world. But those 276 people on the plane, they had families too. Children who would lose parents, parents who would lose children. Will it save them? It should. But Samantha, Dr. Webb's voice cracked. "You won't survive it. The curse will consume you instead." I picked up Victoria, her porcelain skin burning my hands like acid. The doll's mouth opened, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "I claim the right of substitution," I said, the words coming from some deep instinctive knowledge. "I offer my life for theirs." Victoria's scream shattered every piece of glass in the basement. The other dolls began to crumble, their borrowed souls finally free to move on. But Victoria herself grew larger, more solid, her single eye now blazing like a blue sun. "You cannot break what has been bound in blood and bone," she shrieked. "Maybe not," I said, holding her tight as she burned through my flesh. "But I can choose who pays the price." High above Vancouver, Captain Morrison felt his plane's engine suddenly roar back to life. The electrical systems flickered on, the flight controls responded. It was impossible. They'd been in free fall just moments ago. "Vancouver Control, Meridian 847, we're showing full power restoration. How copy?" Janet's voice crackled through their headsets, barely containing her relief. "Meridian 847, we copy. Emergency services standing by. You're cleared for emergency landing runway 08 left." The plane touched down safely 20 minutes later. All 276 souls aboard walked away without a scratch, though many would later report strange dreams about a woman's voice calling them back from the edge of darkness. In the basement of my house, Dr. Webb cradled Emma as she slowly awakened. The dolls were gone, crumbled to dust. All except Victoria, who had become something else entirely. Where the antique doll had been, a new figure knelt on the concrete floor. It was me, but transformed. Porcelain skin, eyes like blue flames, my mouth open in an eternal scream of defiance. "Mommy?" Emma whispered, reaching toward the figure. Dr. Webb pulled her back. "That's not your mother anymore, sweetheart, but she saved everyone. She saved you." Epilogue: The Watchers. Emma lives with Dr. Webb now. He adopted her after my death was ruled an accident, a gas leak explosion that somehow left only one room of the house damaged. The authorities never found my body, which suits me fine. I'm still here, you see. Still watching. Still protecting. The curse didn't destroy me. It transformed me. I've become something new. Something between the living and the dead. A guardian instead of a predator. Sometimes when Emma has nightmares, I visit her dreams, not to frighten, but to comfort. She's growing up strong and happy, with no memory of that terrible month when Victoria nearly claimed her soul. But I'm not the only one watching. Last week, Dr. Webb found a package on his doorstep. Inside was a wooden box containing a small porcelain figure. A little boy with painted blue eyes and a crack running down his face. The note attached read, "Victoria sends her regards. The family reunion isn't over yet." I felt the familiar chill of supernatural dread, but this time, I wasn't helpless. This time I was ready, because some curses can be broken, some sacrifices have power, and some mothers will protect their children no matter what form that protection takes. The boy doll sits on Emma's dresser now, and every night I stand guard, waiting, watching, ready to pay whatever price is necessary to keep the darkness at bay. After all, I learned something important in that basement. The dead don't always rest in peace. Sometimes they stand watch instead. The investigation into the near crash of Flight 847 concluded that a rare atmospheric phenomenon caused the temporary system failures. Air traffic controller Samantha Chen was posthumously honored for her quick thinking in guiding the plane to safety, though colleagues reported she seemed to be fighting some kind of internal struggle during the incident. No one could explain why she kept insisting that her daughter was in danger, or why her final transmission before leaving the tower was, "The children are the key. They're always the key." But late at night, when the tower is quiet and the airways are clear, some controllers swear they can still hear her voice on the emergency frequency, warning other flights away from storms that haven't formed yet and dangers that exist only in the space between the living and the dead. They say if you listen carefully to the static, you can hear her daughter laughing. Safe, happy, and completely unaware that her mother's love has become the thing that stands between the innocent and the darkness that feeds on their fear. The doll, meanwhile, has never been found. But antique collectors in the area report an unusual uptick in Victorian-era toys appearing after thunderstorms, always near the homes of people who work with children. Dr. Webb has started a private research group to track these appearances. They call themselves the Watchers, and their mission is simple: to find these cursed objects before they can claim new victims. Because now they know the truth that Samantha Chen died to reveal. Sometimes the price of breaking a curse isn't an ending. Sometimes it's just the beginning of a longer war. The last seat, 11A. They said I was lucky to survive the crash, but I wasn't spared. I was selected. My name is Vinay Malhotra, a British Indian national, seat 11A, the only survivor of Air India flight AI-171. We were airborne for less than 10 minutes before everything fell apart. The plane erupted in midair, they said. No warning. No chance. The aircraft fractured and dropped into flames just moments after takeoff from Ahmedabad. 241 souls perished. I walked away with only scratches, but not untouched. I don't remember the explosion. I remember the presence. Something moved beside me just before the lights went out. Something sat in C-11B. A woman in black. I hadn't seen her during boarding, but when the flight jolted, she turned her head slowly and whispered in my ear, "You will see them all again." The next moment I was crawling through flaming wreckage, my clothes untouched by fire, my bones intact, while everyone else had burned, shattered, or been lost to the sky. Since then, the voices haven't stopped. At night, I hear the crying of infants who died 2 rows back. In mirrors, I see flight attendants mouthing silent screams. My phone rings with messages from numbers that don't exist. Every time I blink, I see the manifest, with all their names crossed out. Except mine. Seat 11 wasn't just lucky. It was reserved. I remember the heat of the Ahmedabad airport, the kind of oppressive warmth that clings to your skin even in the early morning. The air was thick with the smell of incense and something faintly metallic, like ozone layer. I had just arrived at Gate 17, my boarding pass in hand, my passport tucked tightly in my jacket pocket. The flight was Air India AI-171, a routine trip to London with a stopover in Mumbai, D. Routine, except for the fact that I had nearly missed it. "Mr. Malhotra, hurry!" the gate agent had called out when I sprinted toward the counter, my shoes squeaking against the polished floor. I wasn't late by much, just a few minutes. But the way the staff moved, their urgency, made me feel like I was holding up the entire flight. I handed her my boarding pass, and she scanned it with practiced efficiency. But instead of the familiar beep, the machine let out a strange, guttural whine. She frowned, squinting at the screen, and tried again. She muttered under her breath. The line behind me grew restless. A child began to cry, a high-pitched wail that cut through the tension. I glanced back to see a young mother juggling a toddler in a diaper bag, her face flushed with frustration. The child's cries seemed to match the rhythm of my racing heart. The gate agent tried a third time. Again, the same noise. She bit her lip, then looked at me. "I'm sorry, sir. Let me just check this." She stepped away, disappearing into the office behind the counter. I leaned against the railing, running a hand through my hair. This was not how I wanted to start my trip. I had barely slept the night before, haunted by vivid dreams of falling, of flames, of voices I couldn't understand. When the agent returned, she was holding a manual boarding pass. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Malhotra," she said, handing me the paper. "You're cleared to board." "Thank you," I said, taking it. But as I turned to walk down the jetway, I noticed something odd. The child had stopped crying. The line was silent now, and the mother was staring at me, her expression unreadable. I felt a shiver run down my spine despite the heat. The jetway was dimly lit, the air stale. I could hear the distant hum of the engines, a low, reassuring sound. But as I stepped onto the plane, something fell off. The cabin crew greeted me with their usual smiles, but their eyes seemed strained. The air inside the plane felt heavier than it should, almost oppressive. I found my seat, 11A, a window seat near the wing. The seat beside me, 11B, was empty. I stowed my carry-on in the overhead compartment and settled in, buckling my seatbelt. The flight attendant came by to offer me a drink, and I declined, pulling out my phone instead. As the plane passed down the runway, I glanced out the window. A crow perched on the edge of the tarmac, watching the plane with an unblinking gaze. It didn't flinch as we picked up speed. I turned away, telling myself it was just a bird. The safety video played, and the flight attendants went through their routine. I went through the motions, checking my seatbelt, locating the nearest exits. But my mind kept drifting back to the strange occurrences at the gate. The boarding pass, the crying child, the crow. It all felt connected somehow. The engines roared, and the plane lifted off the ground, pressing me back into my seat. The takeoff was smooth, the climb steady. I closed my eyes, hoping to catch a few minutes of rest before the meal service began. And then, as the plane leveled off, I felt it. A presence. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but when I opened my eyes, I realized that seat 11B was no longer empty. She was there, a woman in black. And everything after that, everything was different. As I settled into seat 11A, the familiar scent of worn leather and the hum of the engines created a sense of routine, comfort. The plane, a Boeing 747, was only half full, so I felt a stroke of luck at having the row almost to myself. The flight attendants had just finished their safety demonstrations, and the plane was taxiing down the runway. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through emails, the screen glowing in the dim cabin light. Then, I noticed her. At first, it was just a peripheral glance, a figure in seat 11B. But as I turned, my heart quickened. She wasn't there when I boarded, I was certain. No one had walked past me to sit beside me, and the boarding process had been uneventful. She was dressed in a long black saree that seemed to absorb the light around her, her face pale with high cheekbones and dark eyes that didn't blink. Her presence was imposing, yet she radiated an unnatural stillness, as if she were a statue. The air around her seemed heavier, charged with an electric tension I couldn't explain. I tried to focus on my phone, but my gaze kept drifting back to her. The more I looked, the more I felt a chill run down my spine. Her eyes were fixed ahead, her expression unreadable, yet somehow unnerving. The flickering cabin lights danced around her, casting shadows that didn't seem quite right. A child's cry pierced the air from a few rows ahead, breaking the spell. I turned away, hoping the disturbance would distract me from the unease growing in my chest. But when I glanced back, she was still there, unchanged, her presence as steady as a shadow. I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my temple. The cabin's temperature was cool, but the air around me seemed to grow cold. I pulled my sweater tighter, my eyes darting towards the overhead vents, wondering if they were malfunctioning. But the vents were still, and the cold seemed to emanate from beside me. My phone buzzed in my hand, a text from an unknown number. "You shouldn't be here." I deleted it, chalking it up to spam, but my heart raced. Glancing at the woman, I half expected her to acknowledge it, but she remained still. The flight attendants began their final checks, their voices calm and routine. Yet as one passed by our row, she hesitated, her gaze brushing over seat 11B before quickly moving on. She avoided eye contact, her expression flickering with something I couldn't decipher. I turned back to the window, trying to distract myself with the view of the ground below. The engines roared as we lifted off, and the plane tilted upwards, pressing me into my seat. The world outside was a blur of gray and green, but inside the tension was palpable. As the plane leveled out, I noticed the seatbelt sign flicker once, then again. Though the flight was smooth, the woman didn't move, her hands resting in her lap, her fingers long and pale. She seemed to be waiting for something, her stillness more unnerving than any movement could be. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The cabin was filled with the usual sounds of passengers settling in. Rustling wrappers, muted conversations, the occasional cry of a baby. But around us there was silence, as if an invisible bubble had formed, isolating seat 11D from the rest of the world. I forced myself to look away, focusing on the in-flight magazine in my hands. But the words blurred together, my mind looping back to the woman beside me. Who was she? How did she get there? And why did I feel such an overwhelming sense of dread in her presence? The flight was young, the cabin still settling into the rhythm of the journey. But as the minutes ticked by, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The woman in seat 11B didn't just belong. She was a harbinger of something darker, something that would change the course of the flight, and my life forever. As I sat there, trapped in a metal tube soaring through the sky, I realized that sometimes the most horrifying truths are the ones you can't see, the ones that sit right beside you, waiting for their moment to strike. And in that moment, I knew that I was not alone, and that the journey ahead would be anything but ordinary. As I settled into seat 11A, the familiar scent of disinfectant and the hum of the engine provided a sense of routine, a comfort I'd grown accustomed to from years of frequent flying. The flight attendant's voice came over the intercom, her tone cheerful yet monotone, as she went through the safety procedures. I strapped myself in, my mind wandering to the meetings awaiting me in London. The world outside the window was a blur as the plane taxied down the runway, picking up speed until it lifted effortlessly into the sky. The first few minutes were uneventful. I pulled out my book, the words blurring as my thoughts drifted. The cabin was quiet, with only the occasional rustle of a snack wrapper or muted conversation breaking the silence. I remembered the woman sitting next to me, her presence noticed but not fully registered until she moved. It was a slight shift, almost imperceptible but enough to draw my attention. She was dressed in black, her attire simple yet eerie against the drab airline seats. Her face was pale, almost ghostly, and her dark hair was pulled back into a tight braid. But it was her eyes that caught me, still, unblinking, as if staring at something beyond the plane's wall. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I pushed it aside, attributing it to the chill of the cabin air. "Can I get you something to drink?" the flight attendant asked, breaking the spell. I declined, watching her move down the aisle, her cart rattling softly. The plane hit some turbulence, a slight jolt that caused the drinks to clink. The woman beside me didn't flinch. Then, the unthinkable happened. The plane jolted violently, throwing me against the seatbelt. A loud roar filled the air, and the lights flickered ominously. The flight attendants' voices were calm but urgent as they rushed to secure the cabin. My heart pounded in my chest, my palms slick with sweat. That's when I saw her again, her head turning slowly towards me, her eyes locking onto mine with an unreadable expression. "You will see them all again," she whispered, her voice low and gravelly, cutting through the chaos like a knife. Her breath was cold, sending a chill down my spine. I tried to respond, to ask what she meant, but no words came. The plane lurched again, and everything went dark. The next thing I knew, I was crawling through debris, the acrid smell of smoke and fuel burning my lungs. The world around me was a twisted mess of metal and flames, the cries of the injured echoing through the air. I stumbled, my hands scraping against jagged edges, my mind reeling with disbelief. How was I alive? Everyone else. The thought trailed off as I saw the bodies, some still buckled into their seats, others scattered among the wreckage. I staggered away from the crash site, my legs trembling beneath me. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant hum of sirens. I looked back, and that's when I saw it. Seat 11B, untouched and empty, a single feather resting on it, pristine and white against the chaos. I picked up the feather, its lightness eerie in my hand. It felt wrong, as if it didn't belong in this world. I let it drift away on the breeze, watching it vanishes into the smoke-filled sky. When I finally found the manifest, it was in the hospital, the paper shaking in my hands. Every name was crossed out, red slashes condemning each soul. Except mine. At the bottom, a name was added. Seat 11B, claimed. I didn't understand then, but I do now. I wasn't spared. I was chosen. And with that realization, the whispers began haunting me, reminding me of the debt I owe, a debt that will be collected. The hum of the hospital's fluorescent lights flickered above, casting an eerie glow over the sterile room. Vinay lay on the bed, his mind racing with the memories of the crash. The antiseptic smell filled his nostrils, but it couldn't mask the lingering scent of smoke and fuel that clung to him. He had been in the hospital for days, but the passage of time meant little when the voices in his head wouldn't relent. Vinay's obsession with the passenger manifest grew with each passing hour. He couldn't shake the feeling that the key to understanding his survival lay within those pages. The doctors and nurses treated him with a mixture of pity and curiosity, but Vinay saw the hesitation in their eyes when he asked for the manifestation. They thought he was traumatized, delusional, but he knew what he saw. Seat 11B, the woman in black, the whispered words that echoed in his mind. One evening, as the hospital corridors buzzed with the soft chatter of visitors, Vinay approached Dr. Patel again. The doctor, a middle-aged man with a kind face, looked up from the clipboard he was studying. "Mr. Malhotra, I've told you before, it's not wise to dwell on this," he said, his voice laced with concern. Vinay's hands trembled as he grasped the edge of the doctor's desk. "Please, doctor, I need to see it. I have to know." Dr. Patel sighed, glancing around the ward to ensure they were out of earshot. Very well, he relented, pulling out a thick stack of papers from a drawer. But I must insist you remain calm. The airline provided this for our records. It's not something we usually share with survivors. Vinay's heart pounded as he took the manifest. The pages were cool to touch, but a strange warmth spread through his fingers as he flipped through them. Each name was followed by a red slash, a grim reminder of the lost lives. He paused on a few entries, a young family in row 17, an elderly couple in row 5. The slashes marked their fate, but Vinay's name remained untouched, a cruel anomaly. As he turned the last page, a shiver ran down his spine. At the bottom, in handwriting that seemed to shift before his eyes, was a new entry, Seat 11B, claimed. Vinay's breath caught in his throat. The letters seemed to press into the paper, leaving an indent that hadn't been there before. He felt a presence around him, a cold draft sweeping past his ears. The sound of whispered names filled the air, names from the manifest, each one a soft murmur that grew louder, more urgent. Vinay's vision blurred, and for a moment he was back on the plane, the woman's face inches from his, her breath cold against his ear. Who else was on that flight? Vinay demanded, his voice shaking. Who was in seat 11B? Dr. Paddle's expression turned pale. Mr. Malhotra, seat 11B was empty. The flight was fully booked, but that seat... He hesitated, glancing at the manifest in Vinay's hands. It was reserved, but unoccupied. Vinay's world spun. Reserved, but unoccupied. The words echoed in his mind, taking on a sinister meaning. The woman, the crash, his survival, it all connected to that seat. He was meant to be there, chosen for some dark purpose. The lights in the ward began to flicker, and Vinay's heart raced. He felt the presence closing in around him, the air thickening with an unseen force. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices calling his name, blaming him for their fate. Panicking, Vinay threw the manifest across the room. It hit the wall with a loud thud, the papers scattering. "You don't understand," he shouted, his voice breaking. She was there. She sat in 11B. Dr. Patel quickly moved to sedate him, the needle pricking Vinay's arm. As the medication took effect, Vinay lay back, his mind spiraling into a vortex of fear and confusion. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was the manifest, the word claimed glowing ominously on the page. In the days that followed, Vinay became withdrawn, barely speaking to anyone. The manifest haunted him, its secrets locked in the red slashes and the mysterious entry. He knew he couldn't escape the truth. See, at 11, it wasn't just lucky. It was reserved, and he was far from free. The flat was silent, except for the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Vinay sat on the edge of his bed, staring blankly at the wall as the dim glow of the evening sun filtered through the curtains. It had been weeks since the crash, but the memories lingered, refusing to be buried. The survivor's guilt gnawed at him, and the isolation he felt was suffocating. He had tried to return to his routine, but every attempt at normalcy was met with the haunting voices of the dead. As he sat there, the air shifted. It was a subtle change, like the faint whisper of wind before a storm. Vinay's breath caught as the familiar scent of airline cabin air filled his nostrils, disinfectant and recycled air. His heart raced, and the room around him began to blur, replaced by the sterile interior of an airplane cabin. The sound of a plane's engines hummed in his ears, growing louder with each passing moment. Vinay's hands trembled as he clutched the arms of his chair, the synthetic leather beneath his palms. The cabin lights flickered, casting eerie shadows on the seats around him. He was back on Air India flight AI-171, but this time, the plane was empty, except for the presence beside him. A cold breeze brushed against his neck, and he turned to see the woman in black. Her face was as expressionless as before, her dark form a stark contrast against the beige seat. Vinay's throat tightened as he tried to speak, but no words came. The woman's presence was oppressive, filling the cabin with an unnatural silence. Suddenly, the lights dimmed further, and the engine's roar turned into a deafening screech. Vinay's head spun as the cabin lurched violently. The seats around him began to twist and contort, metal warping like rubber. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and fuel, and the voices started whispers at first, then screams, then wails that filled his ears until he wanted to scream. "Vinay?" a voice called, soft and distant. "Vinay, can you hear me?" He turned, searching for the source, and saw a flight attendant floating down the aisle, her face twisted in a silent scream. Her uniform was tattered, her eyes black as coal. She reached out a hand, beckoning him, but Vinay was frozen in fear. The voices grew louder, more insistent. "Help me!" a child's voice cried. "Mama!" Another voice, this one from behind him. Vinay turned, but there was no one there. The seats were empty, yet the voices surrounded him, a cacophony of despair. The woman in black shifted, her presence drawing his attention. She extended a hand, her fingers long and bony, and Vinay felt an icy touch on his arm. "Come," she whispered, her voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "See them. Why?" Vinay tried to resist, but his body moved of its own accord. He stood, his legs trembling, and followed her down the aisle. Each step revealed more horrors. A man trapped in an overhead compartment, his face pressed against the window. A mother cradling a lifeless infant. A businessman with his briefcase still clutched in his hand, his eyes wide with terror. The cabin seemed to stretch endlessly, each row filled with more victims. Vinay's heart pounded as the voices grew clearer, their pleas more desperate. The woman led him to the cockpit, where the pilots' voices echoed, their cries of panic and confusion filling the air as the plane plummeted. Vinay's vision blurred and he stumbled. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his flat, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The room was quiet once more, the only sound his ragged breathing. He sat there for a long time, trying to calm his racing thoughts, but the voices lingered, echoing in his mind. He knew then that he wasn't alone, and the horror was far from over. The woman in black was just the beginning, a herald of the torment that awaited him. Vinay's survival had come at a cost, and the price was his sanity. In the days that followed, the hallucinations grew stronger. Vinay couldn't distinguish between reality and the haunting visions. He became withdrawn, afraid to leave his flat, fearing what he might see. The voices were constant, a reminder of the lives lost and the debt he owed. Each blink brought the manifest, each name a cross, except his. Vinay's world was shrinking, consumed by the supernatural forces that haunted him. He knew he couldn't escape forever, and the thought filled him with dread. The woman in black would return, and next time, she might not let him go. I sat in the dimly lit living room of my flat, the walls closing in around me as the weight of the past weeks pressed down. The crash had left an indelible mark, not just on my body but on my mind. The constant barrage of questions from reporters, the sympathetic glances from neighbors, the endless loop of the crash footage on the news, it all seemed to blur together in a cacophony of chaos. The knock at the door was expected. I had been avoiding interviews, but this time, it wasn't a reporter. It was a team from the Aviation Authority, armed with charts and expressions that tried too hard to be empathetic. They wanted to explain how I had survived, to break it down into neat, logical pieces. I let them in, not because I wanted answers, but because I hoped their words might fill the void growing inside me. The lead investigator, a man with a clipboard and a voice that was too calm, began to speak. "Mr. Malhotra, our analysis indicates that your seat, 11A, was situated in a part of the aircraft that during the disintegration experienced less direct impact. The debris field suggests that a combination of structural factors and the trajectory of the wreckage created a survivable pocket around you. I nodded, but their words felt hollow. They spoke of metal and physics, of percentages and probabilities. But I knew what I had seen, what I had felt. The woman in 11B, her presence, her whispered warning. It wasn't in their charts or their simulations. They couldn't explain why the fire hadn't touched me, why my bones were intact when others were shattered. They couldn't explain to her. As they left, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something. But how could I tell them? How could I explain the unexplainable? I turned on the TV, flipping through channels until I found a documentary about the crash. The footage was grainy, but there she was, standing just behind me in the airport terminal. She wasn't in any of the official photos, and when I asked the producers about her, they denied her existence. But I saw her. I saw her everywhere. She was in the background of a live shot from the crash site, a shadowy figure that didn't quite fit. She was in the reflection of a window as a reporter spoke about the investigation. Each time she was there, watching, waiting, and each time I felt that chill, that dread that I couldn't shake. The phone rang, shrill in the silence. It was a number I didn't recognize, but I knew who it was. I let it ring, my heart pounding in my chest. When I finally answered, there was only static. Then, a whisper. You sat in her place. I slammed the phone down, my hands trembling, but the words lingered. You sat in her place. It was the same thing the mysterious note had said. The one delivered to my flat without a return address. Burnt boarding passes in a single sentence. You sat in her place. I couldn't sleep that night. The sky outside my window seemed to hum, like the engines of a distant plane. I closed my eyes, but all I could see was her, sitting in 11B, her presence filling the cabin with an unspeakable cold. And then I saw the others. The passengers, the crew, their faces distorted in terror, their hands reaching for something, someone, as the plane fell apart around them. The next morning, I received another package. Inside was a copy of the flight manifest, every name crossed out in red, except mine. At the bottom, in the same handwriting as before, it said, Seat 11B, claimed. I crumbled to the floor, the paper in my hands, the weight of what I had seen, what I had experienced, crashing down on me. The scientists could talk about survivable pockets and structural anomalies, but I knew the truth. I wasn't saved. I was chosen, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The evening was uneventful, the kind that wraps you in a cocoon of routine. I had just settled into my favorite armchair, the television casting a faint glow on the walls. The news droned on about a minor political scandal, something I only half listened to. My mind wandered, as it often did, to the events of the past few years. The crash, the voices, the constant presence lurking just beyond the edge of perception. A knock at the door jarred me from my reverie. I hesitated, wondering who it could be. The bell rang again, more insistent this time. Reluctantly, I got up and made my way to the entrance. Peering through the peephole, I saw a courier in a crisp uniform, holding a slim envelope. I opened the door, and the courier handed me the package with a curt smile before turning on his heel. The envelope was plain, beige, and unmarked, except for my name scribbled in hasty handwriting. A shiver ran down my spine as I closed the door and examined it. Something about it fell off, like it carried a weight that didn't belong to this world. Inside, I found a stack of burnt boarding passes. They were charred, the edges curled and blackened. Flight number AI-171 barely legible. My heart quickened as I recognized them. These were from my flight, the one that had disintegrated in the sky. How were they here? I flipped through them, each one bearing a name from the manifest. Each one singed and crumbled as if plucked from the flames themselves. At the bottom of the envelope was a note, A single sentence scrawled in red ink, "You sat in her place." My breath caught, the words echoing the whisper of the woman in 11B. I felt a cold sweat breaking out, my hands trembling as I dropped the envelope on the table. It was then that I noticed the faint smell of smoke, lingering in the air like a specter. Trying to shake off the unease, I told myself it was a prank, someone's twisted idea of a joke. But deep down, I knew better. I tried to distract myself with the television, but the sounds and images blurred together, my mind racing. The clock on the wall ticked methodically, each second stretching into an eternity. Then, the lights flickered. Once, twice, and then the room was doused in darkness. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The air conditioning kicked in with a sudden roar, like the engines of a plane preparing for takeoff. The ground beneath me began to tremble, a low hum vibrating through the house. I tried to stand, but my legs felt like lead. The room pitched and yawed, mimicking the motion of a plane in turbulence. My stomach dropped as the floor seemed to fall away, and I was back in that moment, plummeting towards the earth with no escape. The walls creaked and groaned, the sound of metal twisting and tearing filling the air. Suddenly, the lights flickered back to life. Oxygen masks dropped from nowhere, dangling ominously from the ceiling. I stumbled, knocking over my chair as I scrambled to get away. The masks swayed, their plastic hoses writhing like snakes. My breath came in ragged gasps, my mind spiraling into chaos. Through the haze of fear, I thought I saw her. The woman in black, sitting in the corner of the room, her presence as imposing as ever. She didn't move, didn't speak, but her eyes locked onto mine, carrying the promise of doom. I staggered towards the door, desperation fueling my movements. Every step felt like a battle, the air thick and heavy. The house seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing in as the shaking intensified. I could feel the weight of the plane's demise bearing down on me, the screams of the passengers echoing in my ears. I reached the door, flinging it open and stumbling out into the night. The cool air hit me like a slap, grounding me in reality. I looked back at my house, the windows dark and still, the facade unchanged. The street was quiet, the only sound the distant hum of a car. I stood there, my chest heaving, as the realization dawned on me. I wasn't being haunted, I was being summoned. The house, the envelope, it was all a message. The woman in 11B had chosen me for something, and I couldn't escape it. As I turned to go back inside, a shadow flickered in the window. It was a silhouette, unmistakable, sitting in the darkness. My blood ran cold, the truth hitting me with the force of a storm. I wasn't lucky, I was chosen. And now, I was hers. The airport hummed with the familiar chaos of departure announcements and murmured conversations. It had been years since the crash, yet the memories lingered sharply as the edge of a knife. I stood at the gate, clutching my boarding pass, the paper crisper than the last time I'd held one. My breath came in shallow drafts, each inhaling a battle against the tightening of my chest. The gate agent, a woman with a kind smile, scanned my pass. Her eyes flickered with recognition, but she said nothing, just handed it back. I nodded and joined the line, the weight of my decision pressing down on me. As I boarded, the flight attendant greeted me warmly. I forced a smile, my eyes scanning the cabin. The interior was familiar, the same layout as AI 171. My heart thudded as I reached my row. C11A was mine, but my gaze lingered on 11B. Empty, yet the air around it seemed to vibrate with an unseen presence. I settled into my seat, the leather creaking softly. The window beside me framed a view of clouds like cotton tufts, serene and deceiving. The fastened seatbelt sign dinged on, and the engines roared to life. My palms were slick with sweat as I strapped myself in. The plane taxied down the runway, each second stretching into eternity. The takeoff was smooth but uneasy, gnawed at my gut. I closed my eyes, wanting myself to breathe through the panic. When I opened them again, the plane had leveled out, and the seatbelt signs were off. I glanced at 11B once more. Still empty. My reflection stared back in the window, distorted by the glass. Then behind me, a shadow flickered. I froze. My blood was running cold. It moved, a dark form coalescing just beyond the edge of perception. The air grew heavier, charged with an electric tension. I strained my ears, but the cabin was silent except for the hum of engines. Then, a whisper grazed my ear. "You will see them all again." My heart stopped. The voice was hers, low and mournful. I turned, but there was no one there. The shadow had shifted, closer now. The plane shuddered, a pocket of turbulence jolting me. Passengers murmured, but I felt isolated, alone in my terror. In the window, the shadow became more defined, taking the shape of a figure. I blinked hard, but when I opened my eyes, she was there. The woman in black, seated in 11B, her presence filling the space. Her face was impassive, eyes fixed ahead, but I felt her gaze on me. The cabin around us began to warp. Overhead compartments opened, arms reaching out. Voices filled my ears, cries for help, screams of terror. The plane shook violently, throwing me against the seatbelt. The oxygen masks dropped, dangling ominously. I clenched my fists, fighting to stay anchored. The woman's presence was suffocating, her cold breath on my neck. "You sat in her place," she whispered. I tried to speak, but my voice caught in my throat. The world blurred, and I was back on AI-171, flames engulfing the wreckage. The voices of the dead surrounded me, their names flashing on the manifest. My name, untouched, the last one standing. I snapped back to the present, gasping. The cabin was quiet, the flight attendants moving down the aisle. The woman was gone, but her presence lingered. The shadow in the window watched me, patient and unyielding. They said I was lucky to survive, but I wasn't spared. I was selected. This time, she won't let me go. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I wasn't a survivor. I was a pawn in a cycle I couldn't escape. As the plane continued its journey, I sat in the cold grip of dread. The last words I heard were hers, echoing in my mind. "You will see them all again." And this time, I would be right there with them.